my only friend. I gave it all to find again. I hope it was worth it in the end. I know this feeling's broken. Hello, it's me. How goes it?
Grammarly helps me get the best grades possible while depleting the least amount of hours of my week. I'm Lauren Taylor. I'm a student and future CMO, and I am a Grammarly user. Grammarly's AI Compose can help me narrow down what to write about. I can, in 15-20 minutes, have a decent outline of what I'm
store on a single integrated platform. Add products.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm gonna clean this up. Yep, I know. It's the fan. Nice. Yes, because I don't know you. Yes. Wasn't really that loud. Oh, it is on number 2, so I understand why it was so loud. Oh, turn up one. That's good. Hey, Brian, what's going on, bro? Yes, I am. Yes, I hope I wish you and your food are the best as well. Gacha. Maybe I should clean this up. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Okay. Maybe I should clean it off. I'll probably pull it off fast. So all I'll do is grab all of this. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll clean it up. Fuck it. Why not? It'll look twice as much better because this is something I made a long time ago. So I'm also just clean it up now. Why not? Why the fuck not? It's just a sticker. It's trying to take me about 15 minutes to do the whole thing. It shouldn't take that long. It should not take that long.
Americans are celebrating our country with family, friends, and fireworks. Republicans in Congress just passed the largest cut to Medicaid in history, taking health care away from millions of Americans. They voted to raise our utility bills by hundreds of dollars a year. Republicans in Congress even voted to take away food from hungry kids and families. And they did it all to give billionaires a giant new tax break. Call Congressman Rob Bresnahan. Tell him to stop voting to raise our costs to give tax breaks to billionaires.
The best mattress deals so you can get your best sleep. The 4th of July mattress sale ends soon at Raymore and Flanagan. Combined sale pricing with interest-free financing for up to
I don't care
72
what your
months.
ship mattresses. Get the fuck up out of this shit, bitch. I don't care. I feel attacked. What the hell? I was getting so irritated so fast. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna clean him up. So I'm gonna turn him down. Then I'm gonna use a thick brush. This will take not that long. Maybe I'll use I'll use this because it'll be a lot easier. It's not that far from the Goku one I did a long time ago.
So let's jump right in. So I guess first off, we all want to say congratulations because you are now in year 10 of NCOC. So that's a pretty big milestone, yes.
It is a big one. Yeah, we started back in 2014. We had 25 playable characters, a little handful of motion to play through.
Let me see here myself.
Good way to get into things there. Yeah, and now we have grown to over 300 million in sales. We are almost at 300 million. The contest gets better every month. It gets bigger and better every single year.
Like it. So now this game is amazing part of our presentation here. But congratulations again on year 10. But we've been here for 10 years. What have you got for us here? What you got ready for us? Like, you know, maybe that's someone no one else has seen. You know what I mean?
How are you? I'm doing well. How about you? I hope you're doing
We
well.
got this lovely group of people who make enough noise. That could pride us to showing some excellence. Make a run. I like noise.
No problem. Thank you. Gotta make sure everyone. Say, when drawing something like Gacha Kuda, you have to be really distinct, especially when it comes to hair. It does this thing where like the hair is kind of like matted together. Like all types of hair in the show has like this mattation thing going on. It's hard to explain. I made a mistake. I was supposed to turn off the Oh no, it is off. Fuck. Okay. Good. Yeah, it's okay. I am finishing up the sticker.
For a limited time, you can gain true power freedom this Independence Day. Because with every powerful solar generator you get, you score 2 solar panels free. That's right, not one, but 2 100-watt solar panels.
You know what?
With every generator.
I'm done. I'm done with watching the thing on what do you call it? We're watching it on I think it's best we watch it on what you call it? Halo Studios is cooked. Really? Who didn't see that one coming? Hold on. Look at this.
July is Disability Pride Month. I didn't know that there was. Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles. We're going to talk about how Halo is cooked. Guys, Halo is cooked. I can't imagine why there are layoffs at Halo Studios. Can you? Looking at this post for the official Halo account that apparently they have everybody blocked. Right? You're not allowed to respond to this post. July is Disability Pride Month. I didn't know that there was a Disability Pride Month. And no offense to anyone who is listening who is disabled, but I really truly did not know there was a Disability Pride Month after LGBTQ Pride Month.
Wait, they separate themselves from the disability. What?
But like Halo never misses an opportunity.
That's weird.
To virtue signal. And I think they're a little tone deaf because people are over it. And this is actually part of the reason, in my opinion, that Halo has been on the decline. Halo has not been cool for at least a decade. Time.
Yeah.
Right? I think the tumble rights got to Halo. It might have actually been because of Red versus Blue. I'm going to be honest. I think I just have this theory that as Rooster Teeth got woker, they started attracting that audience to Halo because of Red versus Blue, the audience that watches Ruby. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I
okay. Have this theory that is actually kind of
that
what
makes
led
sense.
to the decline
of
that
actually
Halo.
makes
Once
a lot
Halo
of
is
sense.
no longer cool, when something is no longer cool, the normies walk away from it, and it gets taken over by
activists,
the modern audience, the new audience, and then it's just no longer cool. And Halo hasn't been cool in a very, very long time. Halo Infinite should have been a slam dunk. It really should have been, and it was a huge failure. Just anecdotally, and we talked about having a shop before. We also have a small esports center, and we had Halo Infinite installed on all the machines. And I don't think a single person ever played it.
Nope.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think a single person ever played Halo Infinite on any of our machines because we have a system that checks all the games and the hours logged on and the difference. I don't think anybody played Halo Infinite. I uninstalled them from all the machines probably about a year ago, and there were no complaints. We do have the Master Chief Collection on everything though, and that gets.
Oh my god, I had the Master Chief Collection. That shit fucked off.
People just don't care. So let's talk about this because there are a bunch of layoffs. Now, I think the layoffs are because, Microsoft is pivoting to AI, but I also think they're looking at Halo specifically, and they're like, there's no future here. It's done. Damn. Between this and the TV show being a freaking failure, the brand is damaged beyond repair. And I would say, well, they should go with Bungie, but Bungie, look at the state that Bungie's in right now, too. You know what I'm saying? It's like people like Helldivers, which gets a lot of play, by the way. People like Helldivers more than they like Halo. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Go out to news.clownfishtv.com, news.clownfishtv.com. We're going to basically put all of our plus content over there, I believe, because we had multiple places like, YouTube wants a membership club, and Rumble wants a membership club, and this other site wants a membership club, and Patreon wants it. No, we're going to put it all in one place. It's too hard to keep track of everything. and it's too hard to use on some of the platforms. And frankly, I don't trust them. I don't want to build a membership community on YouTube when I really don't trust YouTube. I mean, if the whole point is to build off platform, on YouTube, let's just go in. Let's go even harder into YouTube. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make any sense. So go out to news.clownfishtv.com. Sign up. It doesn't cost anything to sign up. You can get notifications of free content and also our paywalled content. We're going to be starting some new podcast series. So yeah, if YouTube disappears tomorrow, we'll be fine. That's what we're hoping for. Anyway, speaking of disappear, I think Halo as a relevant brand is going to disappear here pretty soon.
Yeah.
This comes from GameRanks. Halo Studios has layoffs while insiders claim no one is confident about their next project. I don't think there's going to be a project. I don't think there's going to be a lot of Halo in the future. We have to consider how much we can believe these claims on their own. As reported by Engadget, they can confirm at least 5 employees who have been laid off, and the current headcount is somewhere between 200 to 300 employees. An internal memo shared to employees, Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer gave this rationale. To position gaming for enduring success and allow us to focus on strategic growth areas, we will end or decrease our work in certain areas of the business and follow Microsoft's lead in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness. I do agree with that. Engadget reached out to some of the former employees who painted a poor picture of the studio. Halo Studios seemed to be confident when they announced that they would reveal their next project at this year's Halo World Championships. However, those employees told Engadget the situation in the studio is actually frantic.
I didn't know Halo
One employee said, I don't think anybody is really happy about the quality of the product right now. There's been a lot of tension and pep talks trying to rally folks to ship. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, they brought in some people from Concord to work on Halo.
Oh, shit.
They rebranded last fall. And this is after, Halo Infinite. Again, Halo Infinite should have been a slam dunk, and it wasn't. Said employee also claims that this particular current project is in crisis, and Engadget also got an employee claiming that Microsoft is pushing AI into their developers, pushing it right into them, onto their developers, saying they're trying their damnedest to replace as many jobs as they can with AI agents. That actually is true. Microsoft said that they cut like 9,000 people or something, and they said that they're going to lean heavily into AI. Everybody is, especially in tech. And I think part of it, I'm going to be honest, I think
get rid of the activists.
Reason AI...
It's there to get... I bet she's going to say the reason why AI is there was a great excuse to get rid of the activists and the they-thems and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure he's going to say that.
Was adopted as quickly as it was designed to replace these activists.
Let's go.
They're like, oh my God, we can't deal with these activists and their unions, and we'll talk about the unions.
Shit.
We're not happy either. But I think that's what happened. I think they saw, okay, well, we can get rid of these activists and the companies still function, but there are so many damn activists in tech. Let's just push this really, really hard. And again, we saw some in Hollywood too. Everybody went on strike, and they just decided to double down on AI.
Yes, once they started doing all that striking shit, I think even I think it was even Clownfish said, "Don't strike. This is not the best time to strike. It is not good to ask for a pony when Daddy just lost his job." No. But they didn't listen. Oh, I know that was the SAG-AFTRA thing, but still. You can still take that and apply it to virtually any other company or industry at the time, because doing activist stuff like this or getting strikes right after the pandemic was not the best idea. So
force their hand.
That's not a good idea.
Everything is happening faster than it probably would have if people had not been so ridiculous to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. That is my personal opinion. Because I'm looking at this from like a business owner's perspective, and I'm like, well, all my employees are
Silicon Valley money kind of dried up.
I still have to run a business, so if I've got 2 or 3 good employees, and I can replace like 10 of them with robots, and I don't have to deal with their constant bitching and moaning and social media drama and microaggression.
And that was something I never really understood about these tech companies, especially the gaming ones. They always allow these people to have a Twitter, and then these people will have a crazy tangent about some type of thing going on, and this person will never get fucking fired from their job. They'll say the most downtrodden shit on Twitter, argue with other people, especially if it was like a game they're trying to promote, right? I think they had the same problem with I think it was Helldivers, where some of the community managers was arguing with people and banning people because they was not having the same political views as them or some shit. Like instead of like promoting the game and trying to get people to buy the game, they was more concerned about activism and social issues. So I was like, I don't think that's a good idea to get people to want to buy your game. You may not like politically align with them, but you shouldn't like tell them not to, because like, you know, money is all the same color in every hand, but you know, fuck.
Bullshit and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do it because the show has to go on, right? The show must go on. And, you know, as a business owner, you make those decisions. And sometimes they're awkward decisions, but the human component can be, I mean, it can be a huge, huge blessing, or it can be a huge, huge curse, because people, they're very emotional in their work sometimes. And it's just like, look, just get the shit done that you're paid to do. Shut the fuck up
and do your work
and do your job. But they won't. These people don't do it. So now, all these companies are just like, yeah, you know, not only are we going to save lots and lots of money, but we're going to have fewer and fewer headaches because we're not going to have developers out there running at the mouth because we don't have any.
Yeah.
For now, Microsoft has not made it clear to what extent their adoption of AI model technology is, as embodied by Copilot. It's affected jobs in the company, and that includes their gaming division. Compulsion Games head Guillaume Provost stated in an interview last May that Microsoft is not mandating their game studios to use AI. Biggest claim from Engadget's report comes from one developer who claims that Halo Studios has shifted their game development toward more contractual studios. All of this seems to bode poorly for Halo Studios and the Halo game they're about to reveal. So this means they're outsourcing Halo. Honestly, there are indie developers out there that can make a better Halo than Microsoft.
I believe that.
At this point.
I believe that.
Just, you know what I'm saying? And you can make it for a fraction of the cost. Hey, call up the people that made RoboCop. You know, call up the people that made the RoboCop game and say, hey, could you make us a Halo game? And I bet you get a damn good Halo game out of them. So let's see the original report. So it came from Engadget, right? Okay, so let's go out to Engadget. Even before the Xbox layoffs, there was tension at Halo Studios. Okay, I'm personally super pissed. Okay. Personally super pissed.
This
is one of the developers. I'm personally super pissed.
Yeah, here we go.
Pissed, but super pissed that Phil's email to us bragged about how this was the most profitable year ever for Xbox, in the same breath as pulling the lever on the layoffs. I wasn't sure what part of that I was supposed to be proud about. Yeah, this is what they do. They're like, hey, the company's doing great, but you're gone. I don't think anybody's really happy about the quality of the product, they said. They're rocked by layoffs in 2023. It was 343 Industries, and that culling most affected people on the campaign and narrative teams. Halo Infinite hasn't had continuing storyline since that time. Halo Infinite is dog shit. Nobody's playing it. They came under fire from fans for the launch state of Halo Infinite, and over the years, several ex-employees have spoken about the studio's reliance on contractors who typically work with the company for a maximum of 18 months. That's a problem, too, because you lose that institutional knowledge. But I think in some ways, some of these studios are probably
okay with that.
Going to make a better game. Just make a good standalone Halo game with PvP. And you know, just call it a day. I mean, people are still playing Halo Reach. They're still playing Halo 1. Yeah, more people, like I said, just in our case, and this is a very, very small sampling. But nobody played Halo Infinite. I don't even think on most of the machines it was ever fired up one time. Quite a few people still play Master Chief Collection, and mostly they're playing Reach. That's anecdotal.
People are still playing Reach? Fuck.
Make of it what you
Reach is still a thing?
What you will.
I didn't know people could play it.
Xbox in general feels years behind the curve in game development, and it leads to a lot of wasted time and effort, the employee said. They said the layoffs of Microsoft affected 9,000 employees globally, including 830 in Washington, where that's part of your problem right there, where Halo Studios is based. The Xbox division endured significant firings, game cancellations, and studio closures. Microsoft spokesperson said the Xbox team did not absorb the majority of the layoffs, but given its relatively small size in the organization, that framing may not accurately reflect the impact. So yeah, they're trying their damnedest to replace people with AI. So here are all the games that were canceled. Let's take a look at this. Raven Software, it's affected by the cuts. Turn 10, yeah, Forza, I guess, is done.
Turn 10?
Last I heard, Forza has been canceled.
Didn't Turn 10 make that, fuck, it didn't they? No, I think that was Arc Systems. Never mind.
Rare and Everwild. Everwild's canceled. New MMO, Blackbird, canceled. Perfect Dark, yeah. They were going to do a Perfect Dark remake, which is probably for the best, but they can't. She doesn't look very good.
Yeah, she gave her a massive
chin. She doesn't look very good. She looks like a man, baby.
Yeah, she looks like Buzz Lightyear, my dude.
High
Moon.
Looks
like Buzz Lightyear. To
Cuts,
infinity
Sledgehammer
in
Games,
the
Cuts.
chin.
Blizzard and Warcraft Rumble. I forgot that existed. Yeah.
Blizzard's
cut.
Warcraft Rumble.
Halo Studios cut. There's too much. There are too many studios making too many games that cost too much money and don't bring enough return on investment. And most of these games people aren't talking about, at least not positively. Let's be honest. So here are the unions.
You don't know why, but you know.
This is the CWA. The media union once touted a positive relationship with Microsoft, but wave after wave of layoffs has changed its tune. Yes, and I remember specifically talking about this because we said that, you know, they were going to unionize at Microsoft. I said, this is not going to go the way you think it's going to go. See also Hollywood. See also GeoMedia. GeoMedia, yeah, they let the union in there until they sold the sites off. And same with Microsoft. What happens is you force your employer's hand and they look for ways to replace you faster. I have seen this time and time and time again. It's not me being Debbie Downer. It's not me being negative. I'm just telling you, as a guy in his 40s, I'm in my 40s, I've seen the shit happen at companies I've worked at where they've attempted to unionize and it's blown up in their faces. And they might have got what they wanted for a short period of time. And then the first chance the company had to get rid of those people, they'd get rid of them because they were liabilities. Like, yeah, you cost too much and we can't do anything without running it through the damn union. And you know what? Robot it is. That's what we're going to do. We're going to replace you with robots or outsource the work
robot it is.
Because the show must go on. So this is what the CWA said. They said, we're deeply disappointed in Microsoft's decision to lay off thousands more workers, including union represented CWA members, at a time when the company is prospering. We'll be bargaining with the company over these layoffs, and CWA District Vice President Mike Davis and Derek Basie, I don't know, will remain directly involved, ensuring their members are supported and treated with dignity throughout this process. So you can't just get like locked out your email. I had that happen to me once when they did layoffs. The software company I worked for, though, was government adjacent. So if you were cut from that company, it was nothing. It was understood. It's not personal, but we got to get rid of you like now because you cannot be in the system. When we got all kinds of government documents, and we got look, you're not allowed
yeah, it makes sense. We don't want you going postal. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Why would we? It makes sense. Why would I give you even a smidge of a chance to be in government documents, government anything, and then you pissed off because you mad at whatever the fuck, and then you start dropping some documents, put it in Discord or somewhere. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, as soon as we get rid of him, throw off his email so he doesn't do anything crazy. It's a harsh reality, but it's true. It kind of makes sense. I would thought that would be kind of mean, but I get it. That shit's crazy.
They would get rid of you. And I remember when I got laid off from that company, and I was there for quite a while. I was there like 6 or 7 years. And my boss, he was actually military, and he was like, hey, just so you know, you can't log into work today because we're going to have to lay you off. We laid a bunch of people off. You're one of the cuts. I'm really sorry. It's been fantastic. I'll give you a letter of recommendation, but like I can't even let you in your email. I can't even let you say goodbye to anybody. Like, you're just done. And that's what happens, right?
Oh shit.
We're living through. Okay, this person said Cummings, the president. Okay, said we're living through a moment of profound corporate consolidation and disruption, knowing that union organizing is essential to workers' survival. Well, not when you're a robot. It doesn't matter. His accusation of corporate
Man, it
consolidation
must be
hardly
so ironic now to be like someone in tech, right? And then the techies was telling the blue collar workers, go code. Too bad, so sad, go code. I'm pretty sure majority of them are actually regretting saying that to their blue collar workers now, if they can reflect hard enough, but most of them probably won't. Because when they told blue collar workers about their jobs being lost towards like robots and stuff, there was like, just learn to code, bro. Learn to code. The shoe's on the other foot now, motherfucker.
seems unfair given that Microsoft made $245 billion. But why isn't it $255 billion? The shareholders ask. Why isn't it $275 billion? The shareholders ask. Why isn't it $400 billion? The shareholders ask. If only there's a way to cut costs and avoid PR headaches.
Sad,
there is. Yeah, and they had a $70 billion deal to buy Activision Blizzard. So large it tangled Microsoft up in the battle with the U.S. Federal Trade Commission. And how'd that work out for them? Because now they're laying people off in the gaming division. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's crazy. They've been laying people off like crazy. It feels like the C-suite's disconnected from reality, given that one of the canceled games was apparently so amazing that Phil Spencer could barely put it down. It's more evidence that even outrageous success isn't enough to safeguard anyone actually doing the work of making video games. No. And it's going to get to a point where, again, people aren't... I just did a video yesterday. Gen Z are not buying the new games. Nobody's buying the new games.
Because the reason why a lot of people are not buying the new games, because they don't like a bait and switch, okay? They don't like the ideas of bait and switches or being told what to think or what the case may be. And it's not just because of the story. Sometimes the games just suck. Sometimes that's just a thing. It has nothing to do with stories or its characters. Sometimes it's just the game sucks. Or it's just very generic. Concord. It's just generic. It doesn't look all that amazing. It just doesn't say, wow, when I look at Concord, I look like a mix between like Destiny and what's the other game? Oh my god. Oh, Apex Legends. It looks like Apex Legends or Destiny, mainly Destiny to me. That's what it looks like to me, gameplay wise. It doesn't look all that impressive. Sadly. It's just not that impressive. I'm just saying.
Good ones. A lot of the good ones, I think, are getting passed over because people are so angry at these companies for their business practices. They're just not buying the games at all.
Yeah.
Or they're waiting.
Oh,
6
not only
months
that. It's not only just either the video games or the gameplay. Sometimes people just don't like subscription-based shit. No one likes that shit. I never liked subscription-based. That shit was always ass. I never liked subscription-based games. After a while, it's just like, I'm not gonna play this. I felt that way about Destiny way back when Destiny wasn't subscription-based. It was just, I don't know if it is, but like, I came to realize to play Destiny, you gotta be fucking loaded. Because like every game you have to buy a new DLC. And what's wild is, if you don't buy the DLC, you're pretty much like fucked. You're kind of like stuck. You can't really progress. You can't go more further. You can't really play most of the games. Yep, one time buy. And like what's wild is like Destiny to me per se was like, yeah, you have to be rich to play a game, because even if you don't buy the DLC, the game punishes you to a degree. I'm not talking about gameplay, like you can't do much of anything because for you to play with your friends, you must have the DLC, or you only get to play limited games, like PvP, limited as fuck. You get like what? You get to play like 2 or 3 maps. If you don't get any of like the not 2 or 3 maps, but depending on what DLC you have. But like, I remember when I first started, the DLC started dropping. I remember I was like, I'm not really into the DLC. I'm gonna just play the game how it is. Oh my god, I couldn't play at least most of the maps anymore till you got the DLC. It was kind of screwed. I was like, fuck. Like, bro, are we really doing this? Yeah, We're doing this. If you want to play with your stupid friends, you have to get the DLC. If not, then tough luck, buddy.
Year to see, make sure that they actually get a quasi-finished game. But like, the whole thing is imploding. It was never sustainable. You can't be making $300-400 million games that nobody wants to effing play. And meanwhile, you've got the biggest hits. The kids are playing like freaking Among Us, Poppy Playtime.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
these are cheap indie games, and that's what the kids are playing. Lethal Company. That's what kids are playing now. They're not playing this shit. They're not playing your $400 million whatever. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. I will, 9 times out of 10, if given the choice, I will pick an indie game.
I said this last year, bro. I said this. I don't know. I wasn't too sure why you told me that too, but hey, I guess no harm done. But I appreciate that you like my music taste. But I said this last year. I think it was last year, or maybe this year. You said it last year or this year? That I said this. Fucking the indie games are where it's gonna be. Indie games are what's gonna save this problem, or at least I wouldn't say save, but I'll say like at least hold up this issue. Because indie devs, they have more imagination than most of these people combined. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say like the AAA devs don't have any form of imagination. I know they're restricted to do certain things because the higher ups tend to tell them no, just because no, or we're gonna offend some people or some stupid shit like that. I'm like, yeah. Like GTA, for example. I'm pretty sure GTA is gonna be kind of like kind of less South Parky, if you get what I'm saying. Because like I think they made a statement somewhere down the line where they said they're not gonna make certain jokes anymore because it's going to offend. Once you say that, knowing that your whole brand is that very thing, you fucked yourself. I think that's where I kind of like when Seth MacFarlane, he said he was never going to make any more LGBT jokes per se on Family Guy or something like that. I'm like, it's not Family Guy when you can't poke fun of everyone. You know what I'm saying? It's like South Park saying we're not making fun of nobody anymore, or we're not making fun of celebrities. I'm like, hello. Once you do that, your game is like, your game or your brand that was on that very thing is long dead. Like, it's dead at arrival. If you can't make fun of everyone, you can't make fun of races, religions, sexes, education, non-education, jobs, you know what I'm saying? Children, teenagers, adults, old people. If you can't make jokes about any of these things, then you're not GTA. You're just like, you're safe. You're a safe comedy. So what that means is you're going to probably make jokes on things that are socially currently accepted at the time, and then probably 5 to 3 years later, those jokes are going to be either offensive now or later in those 3 years, or they're going to be the new offense. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. And then what's going to happen, or like, either those jokes are either going to be considered offensive in 3 years, and then that game will be a problem again, and then it's going to be like at the point where they can't make the game anymore, or those jokes that they made are going to be so flat, no one's going to think it's funny, it's going to be a waste of time, and you're going to be like cringing half the time with the things they say. So it's either one of those two things are going to happen. And if that happens, it's not GTA. You just picked up a GTA clone. You pretty much picked up Saints Row, the latest Saints Row, I guess.
A 2D style indie game, something that's, I can just kind of jump into. Hell, my favorite game of the last probably 5 years is Vampire Survivors. Freaking love that game. And it's a cheap game, right? But it's got like infinite replay value. It's enjoyable. And to the best of my knowledge, there's no drama associated with it, but who the hell knows? I mean, every freaking game. Tell you what, if there's drama attached to Vampire Survivors, I haven't paid any attention to it because I'm enjoying the game too much to pay attention to it, right?
That's the point of video games.
It's over. And I think Halo specifically is cooked. I think as a brand,
oh
it's
yes,
cooked.
exactly. That's what Kyle said. Taking the dinosaur Jurassic Park.
Do you want Halo from the creators of Concord?
I want a Jurassic Park movie without the dinosaur.
Nobody wants that. It's not going to.
How the fuck does that make sense?
Yeah, if it's as good as Halo Infinite.
Okay, what are you talking about? We're talking about what's going on here.
So I'm going to wrap it up, guys.
Cool, man.
Again, check out news.clownfishtv.com. We'll talk later.
Yeah, so that's pretty much clicked at that point. Sadly, let me see. That's sad.
3 industry.
Wait.
You thought everyone gay, but you're mistaken. Your view is pretty warped, so let me straighten out your kinks. You offend.
This Kyle? Oh, Kyle.
You're so confused, you've forgotten your gender. You're triggered by a girl cause you'll never be less masculine or toxic, ironically. So you censor and tone down. Nobody here gives a fuck about your pronouns. Ooh, keep acting like a fool. Can't help but find a clue. We don't care about your politics. Your commie shit is woke. I think we all agree. Maybe you should have kept the tits jiggly. There are more women in wheelchairs than those with double.
Do you have any tip on drawing tips and gesture draw? Oh, go to my YouTube channel right now. I literally dance. Okay, go to my YouTube channel right now. I literally posted that video today. That exact question, the video's there. The video's like 12 minutes.
Dance. Look at the Batman dance. He had a struggle to. Hello, beta testers. Help me get this video
you
to
did?
3,000
Yes,
likes
I do. I post
to counter an effort I've observed on this channel.
I said I was gonna do
It'll
it.
happen to you too if you don't censor yourself on what they don't want you noticing. And I cannot stress that part enough. If what you're putting out doesn't result in suppression, it is deemed harmless according to plan and right in line with the kind of experiments being run on the types of people who are in love with their AI right now or in love with likes on the internet. The picture currently displayed, in case you're not looking at the screen, is a collection of comments on this YouTube channel from subscribers like you, indicating that the site has unsubscribed you not once but multiple times, which on its own might not be too noteworthy, but the amount of comments I collected before giving up, I'll let you gauge whether or not it's suspicious enough to be deliberate, because based on some
hold on.
of the comments,
is your YouTube
many of
the
you
same
have a
as
very good idea
yes.
of why this
Same,
might be
are you
occurring
talking about my name?
and
Yes.
who may be behind it. So
I
please
just
let me know in the comments.
It's funny that you asked this question now because I just moved the link off my Instagram and put my buy me a coffee. But if you go to YouTube, type in my name, you'll find me.
In my opening
literally
lyrics,
posted that video
rhetorically asked the
today.
question, are there more women in wheelchairs than those with double Ds? But now I'm asking you seriously. Please, answer in the comments.
Is there more women with wheelchairs than double Ds?
That probably dyed hair, multiple nose piercings, or better yet, bald bitches than normal? And normal, used here, is not figurative, it is literal, indicating what these unkissed cat lady activists in these studios are trying desperately to avoid, and I understand it. But a Ryan Reynolds new guy avatar next to the 3rd Street Saints is probably going to be chosen more times than not for the lulz. The gangsta saints, of course, not the nerd student debt dweebs made by aging and out-of-touch sensitivity clowns, obliterating humor with discussion of whatever punching down is in a fucking video game. So, of course, there can be no humor, there can be no fun. I realize many of the things that slide out of my mouth might be difficult for non-gamers to understand, and the big reason for that is because this isn't intended for anybody who isn't a fucking gamer. Whom you hire for a task is important, and I've endeavored to
He's
bring
not
people
wrong.
to terms with that fact. If you hire losers triggered by biological women and offended by a leotard, no, a good superhero game cannot be made. If you hire walking simulator lovers desperate to force a movie into what should be an interactive experience, no, a game cannot be made. And as I've so eloquently articulated on
I still think a lot of horror movie studios should focus on VR. They should really heavily fall into VR. I'm just saying. I think that should be a smart thing for most companies to do. They should really do that. Heavily fall into VR. I think that makes a lot of sense. Because it like that's an easy bag. No shit, that is an easy ass bag. No shit. Because like if you think of it, the experience of watching a horror movie, it's like a one-time thing and that's it. You're not watching that again. Like it's very rare. Like you must really like the movie to like want to watch it more than 3 times. Shit, more than 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might watch it again for a nostalgia, like a Final Destination or some shit, or a Chucky, or like even a Elm Street, or even a Halloween or a Jason. But that's as far as that shit's gonna go, and you're probably just want to waste time. Let's just call it for what it is. I honestly, that's what I think that's what that is. It's just for nostalgic reasons, and that's it. And there hasn't been any good horror movies since probably Hereditary, I guess. There's that one movie with those 2 people trying to not get stuck to each other that came, I think it came out just recently. I think Sinners is a horror movie, but I'm not totally sure. I think it's like horror inspired, but I think it's more supernatural stuff happening, like under the veil of like it's like vampire type stuff going on, or zombies or something like that, but like the people can fight back type shit. So I don't think that's considered horror. It has horror inspired shit, but that's it, I think. What are you drawing right now? Is it OC? No, I'm doing a sticker from a game that's coming out. For a anime that's coming out tomorrow. Clean this down. Okay, do the Batman dance. But yeah, I think that's something that should be implemented.
Elon's ex. Halo will never be great so long as gun-fearing, homosexual Latinx specialists triggered by ass and obsessed with cats are put in charge of making a gun game for an audience of majority heterosexual males. No, it is not harassment or dead naming to acknowledge the Halo studios of the world running away from what they actually are in reality, 343 Industries. And no amount of transitioning or name changing will change that. If 343 is HIV, then Halo Studios is full-blown AIDS. And in my opinion, as one of YouTube's only proud...
For all I know, you probably have seen it, came across it. It looks like this. Our boy Rudo. Gacha Kuda. I don't know if I'm ever saying it right, to be honest.
Sexual games journalists, there is no studio more deserving of layoffs than whatever 343 is calling themselves these days. Your producers couldn't separate fiction from reality, unironically struggling your words with guns in a shooter made for boys. Loser. You literally hired the marketing manager for...
He is not wrong. Majority of the people that's working there do not like the idea of guns. But they're working on a game that has a lot of guns. Real looking guns and alien guns. I don't know how that makes sense. That's like me hiring a vegan who to make the make the hot dogs, the burgers. That doesn't make sense. I haven't ever seen what it's about. Technically, it's an anime about. I kind of want to tell you, but it's coming out tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow. You want you have Crunchyroll? I think it's gonna be on Crunchyroll. Because if you don't have Crunchyroll, you can see it on probably on VR chat if you have a computer, for free. I want to tell you, but then again, that might spoil the fun. Is it on Netflix or Crunchyroll? I believe it's on Crunchyroll. I do not think it's on Netflix. I do not believe it's on Netflix at all. I know Dan is, and One Piece is, but I do not think Gacha is on Netflix. And it comes out tomorrow, so I'm trying to get this done in time for the sticker to be posted up. Or so. Also, let me see here. Also, I was gonna say, I lost my train of thought. Shit, that was about. Oh, it'll come to me. Fuck
Gaming's
it.
biggest flop, historically, loser. Instead of appealing with things guys would find sexy or cool, you flatten asses because of DEI mandates specifically targeting women, prohibiting exaggerated bodies, so curbs on women? And microtransactions are skewing in favor of cat ear helmets. You fucking losers. As the messenger, the type AI does not have to apologize for being and collecting data, sentiment from relevant users. I can tell you the consensus among players is that Halo Studios can't save Halo. They're the ones who killed it. Wheel reinventors who've mistaken themselves for visionaries with better ideas than their predecessors they wouldn't be here without. Who've erected statues so tall they're still enjoying the shade. But diversity is what they screech, as if it has anything to do with a game where space dudes shoot one another. And the beauty of their volume concerning diversity is it complements the worst era that Xbox has ever seen. So based on what we are meant to understand, the dead Halo, Starfield, Redfall, South of Midnight, Sensitivity Consultant, Kiss of Death era seems to be entirely associated with DEI. Good. You couldn't compare to the less diverse shit, apparently, that came before you, because things were much better then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Before 2016, shit, before 2015, maybe even before 2014, I felt everything was pretty diverse back then. Shit, I felt like Disney and all these movies and all these companies was more diverse back then than they ever were now. Like, watch a comedy movie before 2014. It is a stark difference between 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Watch a comedy in 2013, 2012, 2011, 2010. It is so much different. Watch The Hangover, bro. If you watch The Hangover, shit, watch Pineapple Express. Or what was it? What's that one with Robert Downey Jr. in blackface? What was it? What's it called? Shit, that shit's funny as fuck. Oh my god, what is that movie called? Holy shit, what is that movie called? Oh my god. That shit's gonna piss me off. Ah!
Waste hundreds of millions of dollars forcing ugly and preaching at people in what's supposed to be entertainment. Patreon artists, YouTubers make more money than your whole fucking studios because they actually appeal, and I can entertain better for free than you do charging. Recently, The Alters was caught using AI, and all of you are using AI, which is so funny because you'd tear anybody else apart if you caught them doing it because you're hypocrite losers. The job I've taken feels like it's to remind people.
Yeah, it looks like Destiny. It looks like Destiny. That's Concord.
Wants everybody to forget.
That looks like Destiny.
I wanted to show what DEI looks like, what movement forced through the censors, downgrades, and approved dehumanization results in. This is a dance, as DEI would have it, rigid, mechanical, stripped of humanity, not too much swaying, not too much gyration, not too much movement, the soul bankrupt. In the interest of avoiding anything provocative, but not because sexualization bad, but because sexualization for women is bad.
Yeah, so in this dance specifically, I'm pretty sure other dances on Fortnite, anything that has any form of swaying, hip motion, swaying, or jiggling in any shape or form, if it's female, it is totally like stiff as fuck. There is no jiggle physics whatsoever. But for the men, when they dance, they actually have jiggle physics. There is a stark difference between them. It's kind of funny. So like you can have like I'm starting to think like with Spider. I think that one dance. I think it has Spider-Man. What was that? That Get Jiggy song. I think with the men, it jiggles more for the men than the women. I think it's more stiffer for the women compared to the men.
I want you looking at men and men who identify as women. They may remove gender, male and female, but the female will always be the one not allowed to move or dress the way the man can. Anything we can do, they can't do. In this triggered world, teabagging is sexual harassment. Emotes are so offensive they need to be toggled off. They want to sell you emotes, but you're not permitted any time to dance, even if you're the last of 100 motherfuckers to survive in a battle royale lobby. Even though they want to sell you skins, the characters are all ugly. Make sense? No? Well, you're a bigot if you don't like it. You're a racist if you don't like Halle Berry's Catwoman, because it's a great movie, and the only reason you wouldn't like it is because you're racist. Loser. So the same racist, woke journalists that will endlessly damage control about how the pronouns and the ugly aren't what killed these games because they think they speak for everybody in the midst of their clown mode Forbes journalist defense of Sweet Baby Inc. racists. But it's when you do it, right? You gonna defend that waffle maker dialogue and shit as ugly as fucking Marathon? Paul Tassi was out here just arching that back on his knees trying to make it clear. Oh, don't compare it to Concord. Marathon's actually, bitch, that's what it took. Not being caught 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times stealing for you to wake up and smell reality, brother. So Baldur's Gate women went through a mandatory DEI uglification as well, but I respected that game because they let you kill the polygons. The way Dragon Age, the queerosexual gendermancer, non-binary misgender apology simulator would not, and no, letting them meet their end is not the same. I'm well past caring about whatever word confused identity entities want to throw around. The sex appeal, or lack thereof, is a dead giveaway on how woke these projects coming down the pipes are. And trust me, soon they will try to reincorporate sex appeal as a Hail Mary as they realize they're not going to be making it. And you, beta tester, do not fund it. They had their chance. They blew it. We should now collectively delight in people begging us to stop talking, to why you have to speak like that. The explicit reason that people know who I am is because of the way that I am. I'm not available for gaslighting, and worse, if I'm to be gaming's Magneto, I'm not taking this helmet off. The juvenile way I previously viewed this is that it wasn't my fault that they're shoving all this wheelchair and gender identity ugly in our faces and expecting us to pay for it, but it has been my choice to not only catalog it, but share it in a way I knew the layman might be receptive to. I'd almost apologize for straying into obnoxious territory, if only for the repetition of some of the lyrics you've heard out of me. But you know why I rap on this channel? Because I can say what I normally would never be able to. This isn't for everybody to understand or appreciate, and quite frankly, if I were more accessible, I'd probably have been shut down, if not had all of you unsubscribed by YouTube by now. Many of you don't even think to check because you click the button, you just don't expect that it would be unclicked. Many of you may not even comment, so how amusing is it for me to find that the reason you're in the comments saying, it's been a while since I've seen something from you, is because it unsubscribed you. My desire isn't to be palatable to a broad audience, it's to be me. And the irony is, being me would be enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that way about TikTok as well. I know he's talking about YouTube, but I'm talking about TikTok. I feel that way as well. I have 90,000 something followers on TikTok, right? And the fact that I only had 3 or 4 people just sitting up in that bitch not only just annoys the fuck out of me, it just really tells me how fucked we are as like a whole. I was questioning at first, why did half of these, or even majority of these people follow me if they're not even gonna watch me? What did they follow for the first place? Because last I checked, I was just drawing anime girls. And then when I say drawing anime girls, I was drawing mannequins of all things, right? So I will draw anime girls, mannequins, as a form of practice for improvement, or whatever the case may be, because it serves 2 purposes. 1, I get my practice in, and 2, the audience gets some eye candy. And the thing is, I don't even draw them sexualized. I usually just draw them pretty much standing around doing absolutely nothing. But they come anyway. No pun intended on that one part. But the point is, they come anyway. So why did you follow in the first place if you're not going to come back? It makes no fucking sense. Then I started realizing maybe it's not actually them. Because I've seen people come into the stream and say, hey, I haven't seen you in such a long time. How you been? Long time? Motherfucker, I've been here since I have been here every single day. What are you talking about? And I started realizing, it's TikTok doing this shit to me. I don't know why. And I don't know why. Really don't. Because it's not like I'm not in good standing, because I always check, am I good standing? Because there's a button there, and because that button's there, that's supposed to indicate to me that I'm not doing nothing wrong. Yeah, I don't think that shit works. I think that's a big gaslighter to make you think you're doing fine, when really you're not doing anything that they want. So therefore, there's this big old button that they're probably keeping you off platform to a degree. That's why you're never on the For You page, even though you post every fucking day. 2 times a day, too. Sometimes 3 times a day, too. But on average, 2. But somehow, people are coming to your stream and saying, I haven't seen you in a long time. Where have you been? I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, when you say this, are you saying on the fact that you haven't come into my stream and that's what you're saying? Or are you saying the fact that you have not seen my notification at all? That's the real question. They say, I just got your notification. I haven't seen you in a long time. I've been wondering where you've been. I'm like, oh my fucking... It's TikTok. TikTok at it again, boys!
If it wasn't rigged. This is the part where I thank you, beta tester, not just for liking or subscribing, but for finding me again after it separated you from me, sometimes more than once, for becoming a supporter, for commenting and messaging to let me know
what's... Okay, wait, Bri, you watch him too. Have you been unsubscribed to him by TikTok, by Instagram, YouTube? Because I haven't had that problem as yet. I've never had a problem where I had to subscribe to him again. I never had that problem. I'm not saying what he's saying is not true. I'm just saying, have you experienced that? Because I have not experienced that yet. Not even the slightest. So that's new to me. That, not new. I've heard people doing that's been happening, but I've never witnessed it or experienced being unsubscribed to someone who used to watch. I used to watch. I never had that problem, or maybe I've never noticed, but it says I'm subscribed to him, so.
Going on, the Discord link is in the description, and I encourage all of you to join. If you have to...
I wonder why.
turn all the notifications off except for announcements, please do
That is
that.
annoying,
But
though.
I'm
Thanks
not
for letting me
sure
know
if I
that.
should be seeking something else now. When browsing gaming creators, I'll be honest in saying, man, it's almost irritating watching everybody feel like the same person, like they're imitating some other asshole. I've gravitated to Synthetic Man and Lack of Entertainment.
Me too.
Ptolemy, Fleekazoid, Griffin Gaming, people like this that don't feel like their anal cavity is just open for whatever the typical puppeteer is. But I'm not so naive or far up myself that I consider accepting money to be a sellout thing, man. Surely it's the goal for a lot of people. Get so successful, you can sell this thing off to somebody. So in that right, it is a business. It is a brand that they're cultivating, which makes them, unfortunately, less people. We observe unpaid janitors and volunteer hall monitors on the internet. For some of these fucks, attention is enough. But for me, TV shows, movies, gaming, comics, manga, anime, the internet, previously fun-filled escapes full of humor that existed as therapy, a pit stop, a checkpoint for some of us. It's completely saturated with these brain-damaged activist, queer, fucking sensitive pussies that rob every space
Oh, now
of
he's
the
going in this
ability to
time.
be creative.
Bro's
This
going in.
is the cancer that things you like
Bro's
fought
going
against
in.
every inch of the way, that nearly made it so that it couldn't even be fucking existent. Falling Down, Office Space, the real life movie starring multiple male workers that we call Going Postal. I mean, these are becoming a little bit too relatable for people these days. And the more videos I see cropping up in the comments of one of my posts, somebody likened Halo, Xbox to Disney. And that's what woke in gaming is like. It's like Pixar was knocking it out of the park right up until Disney got involved. And now they're making
Look. From 01 to 09. Actually, I think the last decent Disney Pixar film was probably Coco. Probably Coco. Was it Moana? Either between Moana or Coco. Yeah, I think that's correct. I didn't really see what's that one movie with the Hispanic movie? Oh my god, what is it called? Coco? No, it's Coco. What is that one movie? Fuck. With the Bruno thing. Oh my god, in something, starts with E. Enchanted? No, not Enchanted. What is it called? Oh my god. Encanto? I think that's called Encanto? I think that was it. I think that was the last decent movie. Probably a Pixar-esque. Or had that Pixar feel. I think it was probably Coco, and between Coco and Moana. I think there was another movie that came out within that time too, but I don't remember. Enchanto. There we go.
Movies about one-eyed Mexican thieves. But he's an orphan, so he's alone, and you're supposed to feel bad. No style, no...
I feel like people that follow you might just like to see. In most cases, I would, if they like to see, then I don't want the shit, bro. I'm not even have a problem if they don't want to talk. It's just the number is 2 at 90,000 followers. That don't look right. Right? That like make that makes at least 100 people should be sitting there. I at least. I'm at fucking 50 at least. I'm saying like make it make sense. Like there's no way you have 90,000, almost to 100,000 people on TikTok that follow you, and it's not like they're not interacting with my posts. Right? They interact with the posts. They give me all the likes and the praise and shit, but they're never in the stream. That's the wildest thing. And every time I post, they quick to respond. And even if I don't, I'm not expecting them to sit there for 6 straight hours. No one's going to do that. I don't think anyone does that anymore. No one's going to sit unless you really like what my commentary is or my work is. And I don't think my work is up to that point where you're going to sit there for the next 6 hours. You might come in and out. I have no problem with that. But like, no, it doesn't look right. So I'm starting to think maybe I should stream at night on TikTok and then stream in the day on YouTube. Maybe that's the best thing I should do. Yeah, I should do that. So I'll stream on Mondays and Tuesday. On Mondays, I'll stream both TikTok and YouTube at the day, and then on Tuesdays, I'll just stream YouTube in the day on Instagram, and then at night, TikTok with Instagram. Because for some weird reason at night, more people tend to watch me on Instagram at night because I guess they're doom scrolling. And since I'm drawing probably anime chicks, they kind of horny crazy. So like they just want to sit and watch, I guess. Because, you know, we that sit and watch era, if you get what I'm saying. So we that glorified sitting and watching. Be selling them chairs. I have been unsubscribed from a few other people, but not him. But people with similar content to him. Ah, okay. Maybe maybe because of the messaging per se. So there or maybe that's I don't know. I don't know what that is. That is a weird glitch.
Charm, no impact culturally, and therefore forgettable, regardless of whatever Keeley wants to invent as a category, as a award show. Now, because the wheel was too complicated, people confused about their gender complicating a gun game. So, in the interest of preventing an incident,
we find it's always better to fire people on a Friday. Studies have statistically shown that there's less chance of an incident if you do it at the end of the week.
I'm not too smart and I'm not trying to be. Ignorance is bliss,
That's actually quite funny, I'm not gonna lie.
That you pick up quickly, you better not communicate or reiterate to anyone. Not just because of who may be listening, but because of how crazy you may come off. I do, however, know what an overpaid fraud of a consultant looks like, and it's impressive that activist consultants with government backing and blessing not only frustrated the immediate workers, but every person that the product those workers made, touched, or even ended up being seen by. We all know it's rigged from the start, but I know that as gamers, there is a desire for fairness.
God damn.
The fairness that won't see someone who doesn't deserve it elevated.
Oh my God. God damn. God damn. Ah, damn. What the fuck? Bro. Kyle, you don't have to hit me with the, what the fuck? With the 1-2, bro. God damn. Bro, I'm happily married. Don't get me in trouble. Fuck.
Above someone who does. That's considered genuine equity. And yes, that definition may vary from person to person, but what we're witnessing is so egregious that the majority are usually always in agreement that this ain't it. To the point where we must routinely be silenced and stripped of choice and even have our dislikes hidden. Am I stuck here, beta tester, on YouTube? Tell me in the comments, please. I thank you all the patrons. I thank you subscribers.
Wait, this was 5 days ago?
There must be some place somewhere that we can just talk.
Wait,
that
5
we can
days
just
ago.
kick it. That
So
we can watch something if we even felt like it. Fuck me, man. The negative reinforcement I see, things like TikTok and Instagram and whatever dumbass like harvest farm site there is these days, it's offering kids the kind of reinforcement that should have been bullied out of them. You know, we're making Christians every second because instead of being ostracized for a thing that is truly strange and weird, Chinese algorithms are absolutely pom-poms in the air over, and fuck me, man. I've said it a million times, the woke West is so desperate to dilute all of the alcohol that my passion and devotion is a cry for help over what I class as a modern incremental prohibition. And it's really a shame that it feels like most of us have given up trying to reach some of these entities that are ignorantly feeding China and AI priceless information and just like teaching them how to be most effective in brainwashing. But I just wanted the games to not suck.
You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. You may hate your government, but I'm pretty sure, I'm telling you right now, you know China got most of your youth on a stranglehold when the Chinese app that was going to be banned got most Americans saying, I'm going to the Chinese app that's actually speaking Chinese. Think that to yourself. I'm not gonna lie to you. Majority of y'all who said I'm gonna go to the Chinese app because I don't like my government should not be able to. You guys should be banned from taking part of any 4th of July celebrations this year. I think that should be a thing. That majority of y'all who said, "Fuck my government, I ain't doing this. I'm gonna go on the other Chinese app." I think you should be banned from any 4th of July stuff this year. I'm just saying. That just sounds quite fair if you think about it. Because I didn't do that. That shit was stupid. Because in the back of my head, I didn't really think TikTok was going to go away. I know it was gone for like 24 hours. Actually, less than 24 hours. But I knew something was going to take its place. There was no point. Right? Did you, like, sir, ma'am, sir, did you say this on this day before X, Y, and Z? Stop them! Like, straight up. Like, when you think of it, I'm like, you guys really made a big fuss out of nothing. That was wild, too. Because I knew somewhere in the back of my head, I don't think TikTok was going. Maybe it was just my ignorance at the time. But even though it was gone for 24 hours and less, what I realized was like, you guys know Vine exists, right? So like, it doesn't exist, but it will exist again. So like, if TikTok was gone, I wouldn't put it past Elon Musk for just flip that switch right back on. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of that to yourself. Think that very closely to yourself. You don't think Elon Musk would have put on that switch if possible? I'm pretty sure he probably would. He probably would. He probably was thinking about it. I'm pretty sure. Yep, I honestly believe, and that's what I believe. I thought, if I go on the Chinese app, I know I have to learn Chinese. I gotta learn how to use a whole new algorithm. Fuck no. So I said, you know what? I ain't doing that shit. I am not doing that shit. I'm not gonna migrate to another place. I'll just go to either YouTube, because YouTube still fucking exists. You know what I'm saying? It still exists. It's just as good. Or Instagram. Since I know how to use Instagram now. Thank fucking God. I wish I figured that out like, I don't know, 2 or 3, 4 years ago. I would have been probably in a better situation now than I ever was now. But, or then than I was now. But like, I now know how to use Instagram better now. Now. Shit. After, Instagram stopped working for me since what, 2017? No, a little after 2018. It just fucked right off. It just, every time I post, nothing was like, I was not growing. I was stalemated like no one's business. Like, I was harshly stalemated. Harshly. I don't know what was up with that. That shit was pissing me off. I just didn't give a fuck. And then that's when I moved to TikTok. And then that's where everything changed. And then the Fire Nation attacked.
Randy Pitchford pudding pie said you're not a real fan if you don't buy. Embrace the $80 new normal seething CEO so hormonal. Bungee, Latinx, and trans. Why'd you steal from pronouns, man? DMC, SSX tricky. Kill your game like Infinity Nikki. Western woke cannot allow pretty. Pronouns flatten Laura's big titties. Fortnite AI rips off the band-aid. Proximity chat toxic says gay. Hogwarts who already got you riled up. Year's bestseller even if you didn't give a fuck. Concord Marathon Fair Games, oh my. Most would rather die than buy. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. Accessibility is what you're all about. I played games actually made for babies. Your games are dumbed down for DSP. I'm on a mission from the magic conch. Let's put it to rest. Oh well, won't ya? Ooh, that's being your daughter. Willy wiggle and jiggle, do it all time. What can I say? What can I do? How can one like me get through to you? I'm not gay, so I won't pay. How many times must I say? CVS, Omnimusha, Censor, Capcom, won't listen. Tell investors. Sydney Sweeney gets replies hidden. Culture hates big titty women.
What the fuck?
Praise the sun, Doro in 4K. Got us a victory, stellar Nikkei. It happened again, without fail. Players still don't equal sale. Fire will burn, it's your turn. The root is nern. You're gonna learn, no investment, no return. Your fate's not of my concern. Surgery scars, they them albino. Fat transsexual, look like a rhino. Mad excuses for why you suck. Out of funding and out of luck. Blizzard copies, Apple bends. Money makers chase those trends. Sony's still in a fight with X. This is how I tolerate disrespect.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I saw the skin for Soldier 76 as Guile from Street Fighter, because they did a Street Fighter collab. They nerfed bro's arms, bro. They nerfed my bro's arms. Like, what the fuck? Like, I think it was a good pick because he's a soldier. It makes sense. But they made bro's arms so goddamn, like, socky looking. It looks wild. Like, it just doesn't look like Guile. It looks like a cosplay. It looks like a cosplay. Bro, I can't. Oh my god.
Appreciating jiggly breasts, RoboCop.
Bro, I'm telling you, I should have played Fortnite that season when they had the Darth Vader AI. I'm telling you, that's gonna be that's not the last time you've seen of that character. That's not the last time you've seen anything like that. That's going to be implemented in virtually anything in the future, because that was so successful in how it was made. People are going to want more AI like that. Actually, you know what? Fuck, I'm not gonna lie to you. If they have an AI like that, that will solve the problem for people who throw games. I'm telling you right now, I would be perfectly fine. And I remember that, what was it? It was, Gears of War did this. I think it was Gears of War 2 or 3. Where if someone was playing ranked match, right, and someone left, the AI will actually take over their spot if it was gone too long. And I think, if I remember right, the AI was set to like hard mode or insane mode just to hold up for the ranked matches. I thought that was the smartest thing ever, right? I think there's two things you should do when someone throws. So when someone throws, someone can take their place, but they get all that person's points. I think that makes sense. They get that person's points. Or you can do a gambling thing where if you're like playing ranked, right, and you're solo queuing, it gives you two options. Do you want to solo queue with a full team at the beginning, or would you mind solo queuing into a mid-game? If you solo queue in a mid-game, you get twice as many points, but if you lose twice as many points. So if you win mid-game, you get twice as many points. If you lose at mid-game, you lose twice as many points. So it's like a gamble type thing. So it puts you at this weird situation where if they're losing and you manage to get into their game and help them win the game, you get double the points that you initially get. And your SR will be, I won't say double, but it will be a lot higher. You get extra points for jumping into a mid-game and winning said mid-game. Because we've seen it happen thousands of times. It doesn't matter. It does kind of matter your skill. There's some pros that can take on. I've seen a pro take on 1v6 before on Overwatch. I think it was a dude who was playing like Hanzo, and he took on. Well, then again, there was some modifiers that was on in that match between the six, but he did win, and he was just one Hanzo against 6 other people. I think he had a little bit extra health and stuff like that, and he had a little bit extra cooldown time just to make up for it, because it's 6 against him, and he was taking them out like crazy, right? So in my head, I'm thinking, if you're losing a game because some idiot because he's not getting enough heals or he lost internet or whatever the case may be, what should happen is that person should get double the points from that person, or if that seems not a good idea because that might put that person into ranked matches that they don't deserve to be in, because it'll put them in a strange disadvantage of being with people who are not that strong, which is fine. So what they should do is ignore, if that's not a good idea, then when a person jumps into a ranked match, they should at least get double the points or they lose double the points. So it's a gamble type thing. So it kind of pushes them to play better to a degree. So you can come into the game like 2 minutes a little before the game actually ends, so they at least get a chance. Not like 30 seconds on the clock, because that'd be stupid. Because like imagine you come into a ranked game, 30 seconds on the clock, people just died at the point, and then they just came in, or you're about to get to the point, but they all just died, and there's 30 seconds on the clock. There's no way, right? That doesn't make any sense. That'd be stupid. I think that should happen. You should come into a game mid-game 2 minutes in early before it actually ends.
Priorities remain confounded.
It gives you time to regroup and everything.
This obsession will not impede your combat readiness.
Big jiggly breast love, in fact, makes me more combat capable.
Combat capability is enhanced by disciplined trooper, not by the presence, real or imagined, of big jiggly breasts. I trust that is clear. Do you require further clarification? Fine. The Empire's reach extends even to these.
Big jiggly breasts helped us do this, Vader. Thank you.
You attribute our victory to big jiggly breasts, Robocop. Is this some new form of psychological warfare? Perhaps the Republic should have employed similar tactics. I find your methods unconventional, yet effective. So, apprentice, the success of this goddess of victory hinges on the shift-up CEO. Are such trivial financial matters of concern to a soldier, or are you seeking investment opportunities?
Not only would I love to invest, but the way he made the $1 billion is off of big jiggly breasts in his video game.
So, the fortune amassed by this shift-up CEO stems from digitized anatomy.
Precisely.
That is crazy. That's an AI, and it's having a legitimate conversation. Bro, we are so fucked, and I'm so excited at the same time. That's what makes this weird. The fact that it's having a conversation and asking questions based on bro, that's crazy. You can't tell me that's not crazy. That's not the last time you see of AI Vader. If anything, you're gonna see more AI like events like this. With I can see them bring him at the Thanos thing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like, comment, and subscribe if you're appreciating what you can't find anywhere else. If you thought Shills felt bad for Bungie after getting caught stealing art for what's not even like the third time this has happened,
I don't know, bro. That's
imagine
crazy,
how Gearbox
bro.
employees must feel after CEO Randy Pitchford chose to atomize his game's optics by responding like this to a user's comment, which reads, "Randy, this game better not be $80. Don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant increase of the price tag. You are the CEO. You have some say with the price when it comes to your publisher." Randy Pitchford responds, A, not my call. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen.
He said that.
My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen.
You're a bitch.
Without dignifying that with a response, I'd like to summarize my feelings in 5 words. He thought he was Nintendo. Dude put out a movie with DEI casting, so old ladies, and thought he was Sonic the Hedgehog, thought he was Mario, he thought he was Minecraft and has some chicken jockey brand power. Wrong. God go with comedian Randy Pitchford, and may God have mercy on his soul if that game's more than like $40. His team of unluckies are, for once, not having the ugly, toned down, sanitized DEI design to blame for what is a lack of appeal onto apathy, which is, normally the worst of these games' problems. As Marathon follows and Concourse tracks and competing with who can be forgotten the fastest, another upcoming extraction shooter called Arc Raiders with equally unbearable design is free to play, when Bungie expects to be able to charge people for its game that's coming out. So phrase Arc Raiders versus Art Raiders has manifested the community, and that's too funny, you know what I mean? Another upcoming extraction shooter called Fair Games with equally unbearable design lost its studio founder, as in the person who founded the studio departed after an external test of the game that it's rumored to have not gone too well. Who could imagine that? A game that looks this not playing well. Fair Games developer Haven was so delicious that they were devoured by Sony, who had big faith in Fair Games, like Sony had big faith in Concord, like Bungie had big faith
you mean
in Marathon.
pinup model? Pinup model? Is that what you mean? I can do that.
You and I could have summed up this slop and why it would never have been successful in 3 words. Look at it. Here comes Stellar Blade by Korean developer Shift Up of Goddess of Victory fame, the spiritual successor to Lara Croft, a juicy, beautiful
what are you looking for?
Bait, an escape from the Matrix and the chain.
You mean a PNG tuber? Is that what you want? I think I meant like a drawing. This is my favorite. I could do that for you, but like, okay, yes, okay. First thing, you do know my prices, right? The price is in the description. I think you're watching from YouTube. Yes, you're watching from YouTube. It's in the description. If you don't see it, I will have my mod send it to you. He'll put it in the chat. It's in my link tree. If you can't see it in the descriptions, he'll give it to you in the chat. Or if you're not in the chat, if you can't see in the chat for some odd reason, you can join the Discord and he'll give it to you there as well. Hopefully you're part of the Discord. If not, then message me on Instagram if possible. Because it's not expensive, but it is at least $100 plus. I wouldn't say that's super expensive, but they're not cheap. Okay, so Bri, you know I sent the link in the chat, right? You know how. I see Mikey do it all the time, but I don't know if you know how to do it. I'm pretty sure you know how. Yeah, it's in the commissions tab. And they're labeled too, so what you're looking for. It should be in the, hold up. Let's just play.
Channels that normies inhabit, man. Some inspiration, a carrot, a challenge to some people to do better, to mold with different clay, to carve into different marble, to sculpt something objectively, visually appealing, captivating, amuse. There are Patreon artists making more money monthly than big studios will in a year, all because of how they can communicate their singular vision, focus.
No problem.
To a page, to a computer screen, their depiction of a woman come to life. It takes a very special, insecure, miserable, and narcissistic entity to take so vicious an issue with the mere existence of objective beauty. PC Gamer says, players freak out over supposed Widowmaker butt nerf, proving Marvel Rivals Gooner skins have wound back the clock 10 years. What high praise this is from the fun police. who claim game science Black Myth Wukong wasn't diverse enough. But they can be forgiven because maybe the game wasn't developed by GDC screaming, douchebags with a philosophy to make things DSP accessible. What game journalists remain were screaming yippee when the new Doom came out because boy oh boy was it gonna take it at your pace. Gameplay more akin to Super Hot, if you know that game. But just like the Animal Crossing Doom combo that launched 5 years ago in 2020, this game launched with another decorate your home game, and I'm playing that. It's called Fantasy Life I haven't even reached the part where I can decorate my damn house. There seems to be a lot going on in this game, and that's fine. I guess I'm having more of a fun time in something like that.
Just to be clear,
I usually
just do chibi.
Man, those glory kills are really getting on people.
I usually just do chibi versions of things, so like as my VTubing model, but if it's something you really want me to draw, it's going to be a bit more extra though. Just want to let you know that now, because I usually try to keep them in the chibi form, because I think you're saying PNG, there's a difference between PNG model and VTubing model. You know the difference, right? Because some people get that confused. I'm not saying if you did or didn't, but I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. Let's see here.
Those nerves in the Hell game. I've never played it. I've never heard of it, but from what I've enjoyed.
Because some people got that confused. I had someone say, "Can you do me a P?" Okay, cool, good. Oh, DD found it? DD found it? Not sure what that means. Oh, did he found it? I think it you mean. Let me see. I'm gonna put on Instagram. I'm gonna give it to Bri just in case he can't find it. Oh, he must be West Indian or something. I'm trying to give it to you, Bri. 1 second, bud. Just in case you're having a hard time finding it. I see you. Okay, there it is. There he is. I'm gonna send this to you, Bri. Kind of want to redo that thing for you again, Bri. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, there you go, bud. If for some weird reason it's not letting you, I'll give you the whole link. Okay, cool. Alright.
Enjoyed so far. This Fantasy Life game is just amusing.
Actually, you're gonna be legitimate. If you actually purchase from me, you'll be legitimately the first person to actually purchase from me for a PNG model. You'll be the first person. Like, literally the first person.
Dopey normies like me. Don't ask if I know
end up buying from me, I'm gonna make a video about it.
Me. But I do not like DEI spam. I do not like it straight I am. I will not play it on a pass. I recognize it as past gas.
My English is not very good. It's okay, sorry, you're fine.
With pronouns. Not even were my syndrome downs. The runway is clear thanks to GTA stepping back into 2026. Now you'll get to see Overwatch's course correction as it copies Fortnite. And, the jiggly waifu gacha philosophy will stretch across gaming as we roll into our Azure Premilias, man. Now you get to see Koreans, Chinese, Japanese when they shake all of that woke off. Doing something. I love that Girls Frontline copied Nikkei. I love that Snowbreak copied Nikkei, and now Stellar Blade is doing their 4K little Nikkei combat. I love it. And
I'm not gonna lie, if you end up being the first person, I'm not gonna lie. If she ends up purchasing from me to do her character, I think I'm gonna just put a lot of focus on the VTubing models at that point, because I already said that we did pretty well with the coloring stages so far as of late, and I feel more confident in my coloring, so I don't see why not. right? And it's going to be a PNG model, so there's not a lot of work on that one compared to the Transformer one. The only thing with the Transformer one had to be colored, and that was not purchased. That one is made for a person. King, isn't that the skull face demon? I think he's a demon. He's a cute little demon thing. Do you sell in VVD or VVE format? For most cases, Titan. Wait, isn't King the one with the face? Hold on. Owl House. Owl House. King. Yeah, that's the thing with the face. Yeah, he's a cute little critter with the ripped off face. I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the cutest, most demonic things I've ever seen. I don't know how Disney managed to I'll give that one to Disney. I don't know how Disney managed to make a ripped off face animal look cute. I know he's like kind of wearing a skull, but his face looks like he's got a bit ripped off. That's what makes it wild. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he's a wolf or a dragon or something like that. I think he's like some type of wolf or something, demon thing. But like I'll give that one to Disney. So that's kind of crazy to me. That's probably the only memorable character on the show that I know about, because I never really watched it, but I remember his character design was it stand out from the rest of them. But yes, I know who that character is.
Could decide to God of War, Batman, looter shooter, anything they wanted tomorrow, and they'd instantly have an advantage because they wouldn't be putting gorillas that they're calling woman on the box and intending
I never really watched the show, but I do know some of the characters. Hold on, Papa Titan. Is that a thing? Titan. Oh, okay. Oh, this is a character. Titans are incredibly powerful creatures with the omnic magic and are widely considered among the most powerful beings in the demon realm. I guess you're referring to this character. Ugh. Now, the worm doesn't help in the eye, but that's the first time I've ever seen Disney make something horrific as that, and it still look kind of adorable.
Sell this product.
Yes, I don't know this character. I've never seen him before. I never got that show, but seeing him the first time, still kind of cool.
Already transitioned
I don't like the worm in the eye, but
it a new thing. But a toast to you for the countless battles that you've won, are winning, and will win. Some hilariously through inaction, but the war wages on. And now that they need your help, they're temporarily pausing the make you the root of all evil and cause of all of their problems.
The question you asked, I usually just have a PNG
for them after they pissed,
they're gonna be a PNG PDF file.
Spat at, sneezed, jerked off into, and sprinkled some pubic hair into the thing they were trying to serve you. Damn, you mean we don't care? How can that be? The workplace is toxic, you know. You mean like the forums you ignore, like the proximity chat that you're gonna silence on our behalf. You make that decision for us, because the next steps would be what? Locking people out of their account, right? For whatever you regard as just incorrect behavior, toxic, right? Oh, maybe it's even harassment, like a teabag. Is that harassment? How far you jizz rags have come.
I wouldn't put it past.
Smartest thing that you can do is avert
they know
your
what the
gaze,
target. They know the audience is into that, because that's
looking
more
in their direction. They'll treat you to some of the kindness that you have bestowed on us by making the chud haters the problem, right? The truth is, none of us.
Like if you just look at things like Owl House and Steven Universe, I know those are separate shows and separate companies. They are very anime inspired, if you get my drift, especially with all the references. I think there's like several Dragon Ball references in Steven Universe. There's a few Final Fantasy references in Steven Universe. I think there's even a Sailor Moon reference in oh my god, in Steven Universe. Like, shit, the fusion thing is fucking literally a whole Dragon Ball reference. Like, it's not even that, like, they didn't even hide it, to be honest. Like, damn.
Under the impression that we were special to these businesses, we are pawns in their game. And Eastern devs are playing a very serious game and trying to establish power. And they're sacrificing some things to establish loyalty among their player bases, which is why none of us are really deluded when Corpo waves flag and says the BLM phrase. We gonna trust them? Shift Up's got us a victory, CEO. Was mocking some of what's going down on the Chinese servers because actually, it's brought us.
I won't even say this. They like to they do two things. They like to rip off and mock it at the same time. They like to rip off from it and mock it at the same time and not understand it all in sequence. That's what makes that funny. Sadly.
Quality of life features that maybe the global players have been waiting for years. Better loading times and just instantly a better objectively experience than what others are experiencing off of Chinese servers for Nikkei. So the communication that was forced to occur happened because of how united everybody was. Infinity Nikkei recently released a patch so greedy that the update went back on promises and increased pity. These things don't mean anything to you if you don't play a gacha game, but it retconned the story, it revoked some valuable equipment, it effectively resulted in time lost in terms people who don't play can understand. But imagine a patch for something comes out and it allows us to get a currency much faster, so we start grinding that, and then down the line they decide, oh, that was a mistake, so they take from your account after.
Remember the Ruby stuff. Manish. Ruby was more mannish, so China gave her a mustache. Are you serious? Wait, let me check. Are you? What? Hold up. I'm gonna laugh. What the fuck? Hold on. Steven Universe Ruby China. Fuck no. Is that a mustache, you said? Wait, no, hold on. No way. No fuck way. No. Are you kidding me? That'd be funny. I'm gonna laugh. Like, that's pretty base. I try to have. Let me see that. Let me see it. I need to see this. Ruby China version. It's that mustache, right? Chinese, something entirely new. Chinese time. Is that mustache? I don't see no mustache. Ruby's Christian network, 9 years. Mustache. Are you bullshitting me? I think you're bullshitting me. Hold up. Mustache. Oh, marriage. Oh, yeah, you said that. China. Image. Okay, let me see.
Nervous? I'm not. Me.
China. Okay, I'm going to Discord. Hold on. I'm gonna let this play.
This thing that it was not kind
serious?
of made clear to anybody was an error and that you shouldn't be exploiting. The only only reason any of this matters is because these are the same developers behind Love and Deep Space, which was recently destroying it in the way of appeal for, female and other communities. But they're not as cucked and simp-whipped like some of the shooter, FIFA, car game, normie gamers pre-ordering everything are. Infinity Nikki has done serious damage to the trust that had people paying hand over foot. And if they're not willing to invest in that way, they're going to have problems. Hoyoverse of Zenless, Star Rail, Genshin fame finally replaced some of the
Where did you put it in?
insane and loudmouth voice actors trying to muscle people into this freaking union, and the ball is finally going to be rolling at so crippling a time as when Google and some of these other AI are really showing off.
Oh my fucking god, are you serious? Is that real? So there was no chat. What the fuck? Bro. What the Is that real? There's no way that's real. Due to heavy censorship laws in Russia, some characters had to be edited in order to show hair. I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna piss off a bunch of people. It's like, why does Ruby have a mustache? I don't know. I thought it was a cool picture. That's Ruby. I don't know. It looked like me. What? Oh my god, someone's gonna look at this and say, you're being hateful. No, it's being funny. It's a joke. Chill. Holy shit, that's real. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, it's real. It's real. I think my mouse will have to take this off now. Oh shit, that's wild. Holy shit. I think my mods will have to take this down though, because you put it in there. They're gonna probably want you to put it in the one of the other things, so you might expect they're gonna say don't put it in here.
They can do, and you let them look like the good guys.
Hoyo
graciously gave you the opportunity to embarrass yourself and fumble the most lucrative deal.
So they made a character.
Hoyo is the Disney.
For those who don't know what's going on Instagram, so they made a character that was canonically, coded as gay on the show called Steven Universe. You know how there's different laws in different countries? So, like, rules and regulations that these people need to follow, or regardless of their viewpoints. Same thing like Spider-Man. They did this with Spider-Man, where in the Western version of Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales has to do a mission where he's allowing a young boy who's, I guess, in the same school as him. Which, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. It makes sense. Russia's probably pretty base like that. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy. Oh shit. But I'm surprised that they even allowed that. Like, see, this is the part I don't get. You know that Russia's going to have a problem with it. You know that certain countries are going to have a problem with it. Why even bother make it if you know they have a problem? You have to edit this shit. You know what I'm saying? Or even take it out completely out of the show. It makes no sense. But, I don't know. Like, why even air it in Russia in the first place? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like... Remember, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Makes sense. That must have confused a bunch of Russians. They're like, what the fuck? What is happening? That probably confused the shit out of them.
Of gaming. And
it
their
just,
games
like, I
are...
understand that you're trying to push an agenda to a degree. I get it. But, like, you know this is going to be international. And that's just more work for the other people to edit these scenes or certain scenes. It's almost seemed like it seems pointless to even have this. Or even air it in that country in the first place. You're better off not airing it in the country in the first place. Air it where the other countries will accept that shit, but don't air it in the country that will be base enough not to want it. So, like, what the fuck? It just seems pointless. And remember, it's not like they kind of made the episode like on a last second thing. They planned this out months in ahead or a year ahead before it even comes out to the public. So, like, especially when they have to storyboard the whole thing and do the animation and then clean up and all that stuff. Like, you didn't think in the back of your head somewhere down the line, Russia of all places is going to put up with that shit. And then y'all are mad. Not talking about y'all, but like in like metaphor, like in general, people will get mad at Russia for not fucking with this. I'm like, it's Russia. What do you think? It's like, what, you really expect them to be okay with this?
Their MCU. Everybody just doesn't understand that now. So with these replaced actors who can hopefully stop making the space infinitely worse for their peers and colleagues. Change is upon everyone. So the frustration that you'll see manifest will give you better entertainment than you've had in years, beta tester. This marathon situation has people telling the truth for the first time in years. And I'm seeing something even in the Infinity Nikki space that warms my heart. And to summarize, the content creators, the shills, the ones with the hand right up their ass, their strings that they dangle on by their puppet masters visible for all to see.
What the hell?
They may not discuss what
oh my god, I feel so intimidated. What the fuck?
People who are willing to talk about it are taking their place.
You can't tell me that's not fucking up his computer.
Trust is a currency that in a time when everybody's behavior is indistinguishable from that of a bot might matter more than you think. You are about to see them make changes right in your face. And it ain't because they want to. It'll be because they're forced to. And now that they're not the ones doing the forcing, they're going to expect us to have big ears for what's going on with them. So, what have you been playing lately?
That's crazy, dude. China really pull that off. Like, you know what? Ironically, when China censors things, it's the funniest shit ever. Because in some of their shows, I guess majority of their shows, when there's any sign of blood, especially like in anime or any animation, the blood is white. That looks highly more inappropriate than the blood. Like, it's the irony. Bro. The blood looks like it looks like mommy's milk. Like, bro, come on, man. Like, someone in China would be like, you know, this doesn't... I don't think this is a good idea. Like, that this doesn't really solve the problem, if anything. It just exacerbates the issue even more. Like, that's crazy. The baby... Bro, I'm sorry. That's crazy, man. I can't, like... What the fuck? That is crazy. Oh, man. They really did that. They really did that. That's crazy. What I still just don't understand, that my only question to any of that is, like, why even bother sending it to Russia in the first place? They're not gonna fuck with it. So you're just better off not, you know... Right? They could have picked any other color, but they didn't. That's crazy. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Just to let you guys know, we're actually near done. Believe it or not, the Rudo drawing is actually near done. If you don't believe me, we are actually close to being finished. We're like, I'm just cleaning up, and all we have to do is just throw in the color, and that's it. It's only like 2 colors. It's not. We're not doing any crazy painting or anything. Shit, I would have made black too, just to see if they will say anything. They probably still would, but it'd be worth it.
Stay dusty. Back in the kitchen before you get rusty. Censor and block up your shit in the negative. Hope you have a backup when it reach the executive. Cocky brown bobbing in the crack like Whitney. White
Correct.
Q plus obsessed with picnic. Burn up
Actually, yeah, that would have been more sense if it was black. Huh. Or like Piccolo, they did, well, it'll be funny. Piccolo's blood was, I think, blue or purple, depending on what version of Dragon Ball you was watching. So if you were watching Dragon Ball Z, it was, I think, purple. If you were watching Dragon Ball Kai, I think it was blue. For some odd reason. And then if you watch Dragon Ball Kai, for some, oh, not some reason, we all know. They think it was racist to have Mr. Popo in scenes, so instead of making him, keep him in his black form, they made him neon blue. Like, bro, he was neon blue. And not a blue, he was a neon blue. Like, distractingly blue. You know, that makes sense. Yeah, hot pink would be fine. Yeah, hot pink would be fine. It'd be kind of funny. You think it's probably candy, but like, hey, that's better than the white stuff. Not gonna lie, that's better than the white stuff. Sora, just to let you know, I hope you're having an awesome time over there, Sora. I'm sorry if you're feeling ignored. I'm not ignoring you at all. It's just that I'm just answering the other people on YouTube over here. So if you're wondering where the talking's coming from or who I'm talking to people on YouTube. So don't feel ignored over there, Sora. I hope you're having an awesome day over there.
It's what a transition from sun turning to data. Eastern curvy profit with pin up. Big jaw DEI keep your chin up. Did it not guilty bring baby oil? Xbox 6 feet under topsoil. Since you've been done, I can breathe like Kelly. If I want a monster, I'll talk to Shelly. One all a year try for one enough for bucket up over 9,000. Epa for bucket up. Wanna be comedy can't stop the prophecy. If truth toxic, no one on top of me. Name the 5 best rappers. Kyle. Hello, beta testers. Like, comment, and subscribe to get this video past 3,000 likes to offset YouTube unsubscribing you. Congrats on voting to stop killing games in more than one way. The wallet way being the most important. Way. Over a year ago, I published a video titled "Why DEI Design Means More Gaming Layoffs."
Say
I used a
what?
Picture of a
Wait,
massive
if I remember right, didn't they take out Gandhi? They took out Gandhi in that show in the latest season, right? 7 years, yeah, bro. 7 fucking years. 7 fucking years. Oh my god. Yeah, he was the best part of that show, bro. You can't tell me Gandhi wasn't Ironically, Gandhi was the best part of the show. Ironically.
They were calling Joanna Dark. That was right in line with other DEI slops, specifically the woke West pushes, pretending it's normal. And you'll all be shocked to know that they've all been fired. Microsoft has canceled the Perfect Dark game and closed the studio that they were calling The Initiative. The sarcastic question posed is, who could have seen this coming? I did. Of course. Many of us who were heterosexual could sum up why men won't buy this agenda-heavy garbage with 3 words. Look at it. In thumbnails, I stressed how simply AI could make the creatures they waste hundreds of millions of dollars on more aesthetically pleasing in an instant. The Eastern jiggly physics waifu devs don't seem to have this issue and aren't experiencing layoffs the way you people will be. And you're realizing the potency of Kyle prophecy, so understand that as big as the 9,000 number seems right now, it's nothing compared to what's coming. And let's face it, 9,000? That's nothing. Remember, Forbes journalist Paul Tassi regarded the 500,000 people who were interested in finding out if Sweet Baby Inc., the sensitivity consultant, was associated with games. That was useless information.
Oh my god, no.
100,000 is useless.
No. No, bro, no. It's Beavis and Butthead in Call of Duty.
The date is March 4th,
Bro, I swear to God. What are we doing now? Like, bro. Holy shit. No. I need to see, is that real? Is this real? Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real. You got to be kidding me. Nothing's sacred anymore. Nothing's sacred anymore. You can't tell me. What is this? Hold up. Oh my God. I don't even think most Gen Zs know what Beavis and Butthead is. Like, I know the show still goes on, but I don't think there's a bunch of Gen Zers that out here watching Beavis and Butthead like we did in the 90s and early 2000s. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Hold on.
Take him down! Mess him up!
I got an idea.
Yep.
This is gonna be cool.
Oh yeah, good idea. Yeah. Fire!
Hold on, dumbass.
Bro, this is real.
Portfolio! I need Tippy for my bungle.
This is where it all pays off. Okay, this is gonna like hurt you a lot more than it's gonna hurt me.
No! Not responsible for any damage done to your meter.
This game is cool.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be cool.
Oh my God.
Duty.
I don't know if I should be mad or should be just concerned. I think a bit of both. I'm not gonna be mad, but I'm not even concerned. Like, you know, like how a collab would make sense? They just collab, like, it's just like game companies just collab with anyone at this point. Like, it's just, it's like, okay, there's an art to, there's an art to this, right? When there's a collab, it has to make sense, right? It has to be like, okay, if there's going to be a collab between, let's say, I don't know, Spyro, right? If there's a Spyro collab between, I don't know, How to Train Your Dragon with Toothless, that makes sense, right? They're both dragons, you know what I'm saying? Different universes, but, you know, they're dragons. That's, you know what I'm saying? And I understand Beavis and Butthead probably plays video games and stuff like that, like Call of Duty. But Beavis and Butthead is, like, old as Call of Duty. You see what I'm saying? That's where the problem comes in. Same thing with the whole Fortnite thing with the Family Guy thing. Like, it feels like it's too late for that. Like, that feels like it was just for the sake of putting them in there. Well, not in the family, like, well, the Family Guy, you got Peter Griffin, and then Cleveland, and then Hank Hill, and then Bob's Burgers. I think Bob's Burgers in it. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm like, bro. I don't know. I don't feel about that. I don't know if I should be annoyed about it. I don't know. Oh, shit. Holy hell. What the hell? Bro! What? Let's go! Hold on. It's here, bro. It's here. Hola, Sora. Black Clover Season 2! Let's go!
そしていつか魔法手になってみせる。
私の友達を話してきた。お前よりも高め合った俺の方が強い。ここでアスタの限界を超えてくる。収納は俺の、アスタは俺のライバルだ。魔法手になるんでしょ。ここで限界を超える。お前がいねえと勝てねえぞ、アスタ。俺と悪い奴らぶっ倒そうぜ、二人で。
Let's go, Austin. Second season witness the new legend. Ah! Oh shit! What? What? Bro. They just anime is just dropping the shits today. Bro, Cyberpunk Edge Runners 2! Edge Runners! Dropping the heat! David's dead. But, sorry about that. And I guess so. Unless she got pregnant. Hold on, let me see that real quick. That person had green eyes, and it looked like a child. Looks like a young girl. Probably a boy. Because they said David's dead. I don't think they will mention David's death unless... Because at the very beginning it says David's dead. So, like, either two things are going to happen. David got her pregnant before he died. That's probably the most likely what's going to happen. So his legacy kind of lives on. Or this is a whole new character, but she was inspired by David and what he has done. So it kind of started something. So that another way his legacy can still live on, or something like that. That's the two things I'm thinking. Those are the only two things, but I don't know. We'll see. Musha Tensei, they're just dropping crazy fire today. What the hell? Right before Gacha Kuda, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all just killing us this summer. What the fuck? Okay, I'm happy that season 3 is coming, but I hope they don't have that bullshit song that was playing in season 2. Yep. An adult heiress. Yep. They're just dropping stuff today. Oh my god. Right before, fucking... Let's see, right before Gacha Kuda. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy.
I'm going to talk to you about something real quick that I like to call content creation and chick math. Chick math is this thing where when women have an abundance of anything, whether it be money or men, they just think it never runs out. It always comes. So they never prepare for things to go wrong or to ever try and improve.
I just got fired from my tech job after signing a $5,000 per month lease.
That's why that was not smart to complain about like the government and wages. They're like, why can't we print more money? They just think it's magical. Flashback.
No, because nobody has ever actually explained to me any good reason why we can't just print more money. Oh, it'll make inflation go up. It will destroy the value of the dollar. We invented it. We made it up. We can just make more.
No, bitch! That's not how that works, bitch! What the hell? Then it loses value. It's like, okay, it's like golden eggs. If you have a golden egg, it's rare, right? Like a legit golden egg, like in the storybooks. Oh, you saw that too? You saw that too? That shit, yo, Digital Circus was different this time. I'm not gonna lie, it was different this time. Compared to the other episodes, this one was vastly different. The last one was like this one was like more focused between the relationships between each other person, and then it was like, I don't know, Jax was really explored this time. I was like, I don't have no real problem with Jax, to be honest. I know some people hate Jax, but I have no problem with him because he makes things interesting. Because you never really know what he's going to do next. But, like, the whole relationship between him and Pomni and then Ragatha was strange. Corn. The corn, yes. But, yo, I didn't see What's-Her-Face put the corn next to him. I had to rewatch that. Like, where did the corn come from? My sister saw that and she had to show that to me. I was like, when she put the corn right next to him, I was like, when did that happen? I was like, what the fuck? Talk about not paying attention. Like, they really captured my attention at the time. So they just put a corn there. I was like, when did he put that there?
Okay, guys, I have a radical idea. What if we didn't have to work to earn money?
Okay.
Seriously. What if money was just for free?
What?
Yeah. Seriously. Why don't we just print more money? You see,
no!
I know what you're gonna say. Oh, it's gonna decrease in value, and then everything's just gonna come to nothing. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I don't care. We have money printing machines. Print more money.
No, if you print more money, it's gonna lose value.
Some shit, and no one has to know. Just sneakily distribute it to people and filter.
Like, we never asked to be born, but now we're obligated to do labor until we die. Huh?
It is crazy. We say to give a woman power is like to give a gun to a monkey. We have stopped doing that ever
I'm finishing the sticker that I'm going to be posting probably tonight or tomorrow. I think I might do it tomorrow. Of Rudo from Gacha Kuda, the main character that's coming in Yeah, we're going to, he's the main character, so I'm just making the sticker. It'll be on Redbubble for $1. For those of you who don't know, wondering how much it's going to be, the sticker is literally $1. If you're not sure where to find it, hold on, because today we was working on that, and I did a Gear 5 Luffy. I was going to finish this Gear 5 Luffy today, but I was like, nah, we'll hold that off for another day. And this is what Rudo looks like. For those who are not familiar with Rudo, who he looks like, you've probably seen him. Probably see him passing for all you know, but that's Rudo. I'll be posting this tomorrow as a time lapse or something. Maybe even a maybe I might do something with this. Let me see. And I'm just making the sticker. Wow, it looks way better than it was before. I'm kind of glad I redid it. It looks much more cleaner, a lot more professional. Man, I have actually improved. This okay, look at this. This is okay, this is the improved version. This is the old version. This is the old version. This is the approved version. The difference is that we did line hierarchy. I keychained the character. So what that means is it's bold outside the character, and then inside the character, everything is more thinner. So it's easy on the eyes. It's not, because a lot of beginners do this thing where they use just one brush and just keep on like, they use multiple versions of the size. Yep, they still are. And the last time someone did that here, my dad almost had to pay a fine for something they did. That was stupid because they thought it was us doing the fireworks, but we did not do any fireworks. Not one, but they almost tried to do that. So let me see. So this is going to be a lot more cleaner, which is better. I need to thicken some areas, like where there's a, like here and here, and then maybe around here, and then here, because there's an overlap. So this needs to be thickened here, and that's it. And then after that, I'll just put in, actually I'll put in the eyes right now. I don't even have to do anything. I don't have to color, I don't have to draw anything. I just have to copy and paste the eyes in there. Where are you, eyes? Hold up. Here you are. Is up the eyes? What the hell? Is up the eyes? The fuck? Yeah, it's I might, you know what I'm gonna do from now on? I might do this. This might benefit everyone at once. So when I'm streaming and I'm doing doing a lesson, I'll do some teaching, and when the stream is over, that stream will be locked behind a paywall. So how this works is, I've seen a lot of streamers do this, especially art streamers. So how this works is, the stream is happening right now, anyone can come in, right? Like normal. But once the stream is gone, you can't come back to that stream again. It's only for members only who wants to access it. Maybe there was something they liked, something they want to hear, maybe there's something they want to learn. So incentivize people to probably, you know, support at the same time if they are looking for valuable information one way or another. Or they can just watch the YouTube videos. That's a thing.
Astana Zoo massacre.
Some chick named Snowcone breaks down.
Asked to be born, but now we're obligated to do labor until we die. Huh?
It is crazy. We say to give a woman power is like to give a gun to a monkey. We have stopped doing that ever since the 1999 Astana Zoo massacre.
Some chick named Snowcone breaks down her spending for a month. She makes $10K a month. That's good money. But
she makes $10K a month?
Some way, this chick figures out how to have no money a month. This is not a joke. This is not something that is just exclusive to e-girls that have the brain power of a squirrel named Joey Chestnuts. No. This is an epidemic. You don't even know. I remember dating a chick that she had like a 6-figure job, or was it 5 figures? Whatever. She made like 70, 80K a year. Still broke. I'm like, how? You make 80 grand a year. I have expenditures, and if I run out of my money, like my daddy helps me out.
And I'm like, yeah, if your dad dies and leaves you nothing, you're up a creek without a paddle. Let's hear from the genius chick.
I don't know how expensive it is to keep up with content creation. You can get a 10K check from Twitch. What the f is a 10K check when you gotta spend 5K on trips just to travel?
What? Bitch, what? You're spending, bro, you're spending 5K to travel? What are you doing? What are you? No, she's picking like high-end class hotels and like shit, probably even first class. Hey, Bri. Hey, Mike. I mean, Bri. Hey, Mike. This bitch is crazy. Are you serious? No. No. She said she got a 10K check from Twitch, and she managed somehow to... He's right. She's still broke. What the fuck?
I'm retarded?
Are you serious?
If you're spending $5,000 a month to travel, that is a you problem.
Yes.
This is dark side.
What?
She literally just negates like the $5,000 a month to travel. That is a necessity. That is a business expense. That is how I keep people interested, because she probably doesn't have that much to say or on the ball. Most likely the people watching her are probably horny, loseristic dudes. I'm not even playing this game anymore where I give them more credit than they deserve. Nah. It's like these type of guys that develop parasocial relationships with gassed up mids that look good with makeup, but the makeup comes off. It's a totally different human. That's what makes dating garbage. As a man, you have to be honest about everything.
Yep.
You can't even be wrong about your height by 1 inch, but you can wear heels, push-up bra, enough, and you have to be honest about everything. You can't even be wrong about your height by 1 inch, but you can wear heels, push-up bra, enough makeup to be on RuPaul Drag Race Season 12 and spend $5,000 a month on bullshit.
Everything about you's a lie.
$500 on setup shit.
What are you setting up for $500? Girl,
yeah, what are you doing?
Camera and sit in a chair. Oh my God.
$2,000 on your rent.
Wellington. Whoa.
You know what, Bri? I know you said you have trouble with line art. I'll do next time when I'm streaming, maybe on Tuesday, if I remember. Just remind me. We'll do a line art lesson. We'll focus on line art. So I'll work on like a artwork or something, and I'll explain the whole process as I'm going piece by piece, so you know what to look for and how to do it. Okay. I notice that's a real problem. I don't even have to do a video on that.
On your rent means you are a fool. If you're spending $2,000 on rent, that's literally the amount of money a mortgage would cost for a decent house, around $250,000 to $300,000.
He's not wrong.
Probably not $300,000 anymore. The interest rates are all over the place. But you see what I'm saying here. But instead, she's probably like in a metropolitan area. You gotta be in the city. Gotta be where the action is. Chicks do this. Remember that girl I was just talking about that made $80,000 a year, still broke? She went to New York City and moved to the most expensive apartment she could find. I'm like, why did you pick this place? She goes, they got a doorman.
I will not Jodie Foster.
They have a doorman? That's your reason?
You're paying $4,000 or $5,000 a month because there's a dude who opens the door for you that you won't even speak to. What is this? Ugh.
$200 on Wi-Fi, $200 an hour.
$200 on Wi-Fi. Once again, what, girl? You could get Fios internet for about like $100 to $150. Then you just set it up for wireless in your house.
Yeah. Toolkit. You gotta pay the clip.
Whoa, what?
$200 an IRL toolkit.
Suspect acted suspiciously, was belligerent sexy, and behaved as if he had something to hide. Surveillance terminated.
IRL toolkit? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what an IRL toolkit is. She doesn't know what a torque wrench is. She doesn't know what a Newton meter is.
You gotta pay the clippers. Pay a YouTube editor.
Pay a clipper?
Play a clipper? So you play a clip video. Oh my God, that's a thing? Hire me! Hire me! Are you serious? What? That's a thing? Are you kidding me? Bro, seriously? You get paid for clipping clips? Ain't that just called video? That's 2 video editors. Fuck you. Are you serious? Oh, bro. Bro.
All right, in a YouTube editor, you know she's overpaying these people.
That's the yeah. How much are you paying for a clipper? You know how easy that is? That is super. You get a stream. You get you stream. You're done with the stream. You download the stream. You put it to your editor. You sit there and watch through the stream. If you remember most of the stream, you don't have to sit through that bullshit. But if this is like a few days, you're not gonna remember shit. You sit there, you wait for how long the stream is, probably 2 hours at max, probably 3, maybe some people 8, I don't know. And then you sit there, you find the stuff that's funny, clip that out, clip that out, clip that out, clip that, clip. You get like 15 out of the third. You get 50. You get like 5 or 6 good clips out of the 3-hour thing you just have to sit through on average, and then you get rid of all that nasty shit you don't need, and then you just put up on Instagram or TikTok or the fuck. You edit a little bit, you put some stupid captions, and then you do the stupid hashtag and the SEO shit, and then you're done. But she's bro, I'm so fucking mad. I'm doing something wrong, bro.
You gotta pay the clippers, pay a YouTube editor.
Pay a clipper? Okay, so you're paying someone to clip the videos. All right, and a YouTube editor. You know she's overpaying these people.
Yes.
I'm not gonna blow up some spots.
You know what? What's her name? I need to look her up. I'll pose as someone else just to get a job from her. I'll put mine at $100 per clip. Shit, I'll do that right now. I'm gonna do that. What's her name? Fuck that. I'm gonna do that right now. Fuck this. Oh my god, what's this bitch name?
There's some content creators that make millions of dollars, and they literally overpay people to clip their stuff and edit for them. You get guys who only know how to hard cut to everything, and occasionally they might give you a drip dissolve. And these content creators that don't really do anything or know how to do anything are like, hey, it's really good. Have you seen this edit? I'm like,
It's garbage.
It's garbage. It's usually horrible.
In my sleep. What are you talking about? Get out of my face right now. He can edit for you. Yeah, he can edit for me in hell. How about that? You think I'm stupid? That's like telling me I can have a guy replace a lever on my motorcycle and pay him $500 for something I could do in 10 minutes for free.
Yep.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Oh, come on. That's not... Oh,
shit.
Chat, I don't think y'all realizing I be going in the negative doing this shit, okay?
What are
She's
you
stunning
doing?
and brave. You could only imagine how broke this girl would be if it wasn't for social media. Chat, you don't realize I'd be going in the negative. She's trying to tell these people here that will never see $10,000 a month in their life. Not never, forever, ever, ever, ever. That $10,000 is nothing. This is why I show Speed fans are also kind of loopy. Remember when Speed owed some dude $1,000? And everybody's like, $1,000 is nothing. What are you, poor? What are you, broke? Well, yeah, it's nothing to Speed, but $1,000 to this guy is a lot. Lord have mercy. 10,000 ain't nothing.
God, I love Mike. You gotta start stripping. I mean, clipping. That's stutter.
Man, she's gonna be in debt. I'm telling you right
will.
now, Dark Side Phil is basically an e-girl. We watch e-girls do e-girl things, and everybody just passes it off. It's funny little tweet. DSP has been doing this for years. Everybody hate his guts. The point being, if you're gonna be this insipid, you better be a cute chick, because nobody will tolerate it. I'd be going in the negative, chat. I'm hustling out here, y'all.
Bro. I'm gonna look this bitch up. I'm gonna ask her. I can do whatever you need me to do. I'll clip farm for you. I have no problem with that. I hope that's 1,000 every time. Boy, bro, I swear to God, that pisses me off beyond anything. Shit is ass, yo. Actually, I would like to watch this, but because of the music, I'm not really in the mood to do that shit with the AI taking the songs out and shit. Oh my God, bye. I don't know, man. I don't know, fellas. We're doing something wrong. That's to Mike and to Bri. I probably have to. I think Mike was onto something when he said, "You know what? You know what?" And he said it to me, and I was like, "Damn, he's probably right." And I low-key said, "You're probably right." It's what Mike said the other day. He was like, "You know, Jace, I know like things are kind of tough, but maybe it's time for you to do that face reveal. I was like, you know what? You're not fucking wrong, bro. I'm kind of thinking about doing that myself. I was like, but that's the only thing that's like what keeps people kind of watching, because they want to know what I look like half the time, which doesn't mean anything. It has no real merit to anything. I didn't want to admit it, but he was right to a degree. I was like, fuck. I didn't want to admit it, but he was right. I was to a degree. I was like Mikey's not wrong. And Mike doesn't say anything unless he thought that out. He's like, yeah, maybe it's at that time. Maybe that face reveal don't sound so bad. I was like, yeah, not that bad. But then again, I'm like, I'm not even famous enough for people to give a shit. It only gives a shit to people who are like bored as fuck. That's it. Not because they actually care what I look like. They just bored as fuck. They're just bored. So it's only gonna be as popular as the people who bored. I'm not like a what's his name? Fuck, what's his name? A Dream or a what's that one dude's name? Course Husband, whatever the fuck his name is.
Information.
I'm
I
just
guess
some
the million
VTuber.
of people who are vocal enough to communicate their message
Well, I
in a way
thought
that
it.
could be heard is also nothing.
Oh my god, Rogers and
In
Bro, I'm
these
done.
hide the dislike, lock the comments, hyper-policed, shadow ban, play victim times, running away to your little kid-centric butterfly fucking site. Remind them you won't pay for the garbage they try to make the mainstay.
Yeah, and that's where that problem came, because we was like, oh shit, he's ugly as fuck. I thought he was much prettier than that. Oh my god, he's the thing. And then he tried to go back to the Dream thing, but people was like, they was not letting that go. They was not letting that go. Same thing with Course Husband. When they found out what he actually looks like, I don't think he got hate, but people I don't think people threatened him or anything, but people were a lot e-girl or fangirls was really disappointed that he looks like someone you see at the gas station.
The industry, they getting fucking fired in the midst of.
It was so
What a
bad, bro
luxury.
didn't
You
acknowledge
have
it. He
the
just
ability
got
to
off the
stay
internet.
illiterate to the writing on the wall and willfully deaf for extra virtue
That
signal
shit's
points,
crazy.
since my kindness saw me articulating profoundly the issue you entities thought you could gaslight people into believing it's conspiracy before
Not gonna lie,
hiding your tweets.
if I were to do a
because
face
of-
reveal, that's at that moment, once I do a face reveal, I would have probably just said, hey guys, just to let you know, I have several other accounts that you probably may not know about. Just go follow them now. So I can finally do some fucking, like, some actual events with my fucking face. I don't have to do VTubing shit alone. I can finally do some, like, TikTok shop stuff or something where my face is seen so I don't have to worry about that crap. Being a superhero sucks!
Of course you would. You're not worth the time I'd waste talking about your stupid asses. In the video over a year ago, I focused on how the performative pandering and hollow virtue signaling we've come to regard as woke in the last decade, that the Mutahapu is so confused about. I need a specific. You can't ask AI, my nigga. You too poor to get yourself some AI. You can ask some questions. Because even if you don't get it and your people don't get it, maybe you should have it articulated to you in a way that other people understand it. How do they understand it? That's what communication is. Y'all don't know nothing about that. I shared an angry, disabled black woman.
Right? You're not wrong, bro.
Posting pride flags and
You're not
surgery
wrong.
scars, and also featured
That's just crazy.
screen grabs from a Simpsons episode that featured a mamby-pamby DVD called The Diversity Kittens on Melting Pot Island. My lyrics in that intro read, Kyle, they hear, but are they listening? Finger off the trigger, nigga. That's called discipline. Wake up, choose to inform because I dare. Simpsons Hebrew kitty in a wheelchair. Extra Mexican Jewish president, get in trouble citing what's not evident, titty meat censored, goddess restricted, wet ass pussy diverse so they missed it. End quote. Recently, Blizzard went viral for their boring, shoehorned, disabled character in Warcraft that can use magic, but for some reason floats in a chair with wheels on it.
Make it make sense. You know how stupid that sounds? That's not imaginative. That's just insulting. He is not wrong to point that out. That is insulting. Anyone who's in a wheelchair, whether it's from an accident or you're born that way, you should take that as a fucking insult. You should not see that as a win or some form of diversity win. That is stupid. Make it make sense. The person is in a wheelchair, but they can use magic to float. I'm gonna say it again. The person's can use magic. The person can use fucking magic and can make shit float, but the legs don't work. Are you serious? Is that what we're doing? Like, there's something called Full Metal Alchemist, right? Edward lost his leg. Do you know what they did? They put a metal, they gave him a automail. Makes sense. He can transmute virtually anything. Makes sense. Imagine if an arm. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can just get one back. You can't transmute a arm back. Well, he did got transmuted back, but that was a equivalent exchange. But that was different. But like, there was rules to that shit. Why can the person in the wheelchair make magic and float? That doesn't make any sense.
I made another collage that you'll end up seeing in a few months.
And you know what would be funnier? The funniest part, if the person in the wheelchair is a necromancer. Bro, imagine if it was yo, imagine that. What? The person in the wheelchair has the power over dead people? But he can't make his legs work? Yeah, you look at you crazy. Like, what? No, bro. I ain't fucking with that.
Since people are avoiding blunt illustrations from Kyle of the nonsense developers of laid off
shit makes no sense.
Stunning and brave enough to communicate things, including but not limited to gamers were a mistake, and grumbles about how we need to get over race swaps. Yeah. Well, your studio doesn't exist now, so if we cared enough to tell you things like, get over that, you can sit with how small a wannabe man you are for your inability to read the writing on the wall. You can't sense the vibe. You can't keep your emotions in check, like the gender you're equally confused about being. Wow, that's crazy. What does the scouter say about the gaming layoffs? It's over 9,000. Does this affect any of the games I'm excited about? Grand Theft Auto 6, Mecha Break, Azure Promelia, Tides of Annihilation, Ananta, Hogwarts Legacy sequel, Phantom Blade Zero, Silver Palace, Flowtopia,
Hey, Zelda, what's going on, bro?
Desert, some Fortnite Simpsons towards the end of the year. Nah, I think we good, because I think some people know how to appeal as opposed to putting a big androgynous entity on a box that used to have a hot
lady. I am happily married.
So, as long as the Western industry is afraid of femme fatales, beautiful, big, jiggly-breasted women, or what the sensitivity goblins killing your studios refer to as objectifying cis-heteronormative patriarchal supremacy, you will keep shutting down. While Eastern studios will continue to thrive. Look at Hoyoverse, top 11 earners Gacha this month. Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, and Genshin Impact are all collecting millions. Otaku saved the world. What an interesting statement. Nothing that'll ever make sense to the West, and you can keep trying to buy and change anime, manga, video games, but you'll never understand it. Not the way they do. You'll never manage loyalty the way they inspire it by catering to their audience. Love and Deep Space #2, millions and millions, simply giving people what they want. But woke's job is to give people the opposite of what they want. Is to find something and change it into something else and then tell people that they like it, and when they don't, just complain and complain and complain. Burn all that food that nobody ordered. Show us how allergic to money you can really be. With Jaguar sales collapsing by a whopping 97%, people are seeing the financial stupidity invested in forcing Globo Homo against culture's righteous and terrifying whip.
Bry's in like Dragon Ball Fighters, Guilty Gear, Soul Calibur. I think like one of the early versions of me playing having Bry around was I think it was he paid. I remember he commissioned me to do a character from Soul Calibur. It was the one with the giant circular blade. I forgot her name. I think it's one of his favorite characters to play as. That was one of the characters I did for him. A little before it became, I think, a mod? I hear helicopter.
Tales of the Shire preemptively blocked Kyle months ago.
Kira, there we go.
Just like when Xbox blocked me on Twitch when I hadn't even said anything, which of course was Crystal Dynamics abuse.
Just to be clear, that's a man, y'all. Kyle looks like a woman, but that's a man. Came back at the perfect time. Lord have mercy. I was watching respectfully. Fuck that. I'm watching disrespectfully. Shit. Gotcha. They just happened to look in my direction. Stop them. Fuck that. I draw enough bitches to know I'm watching disrespectfully. That's the shit.
Using their powers, all entities do, hypocritically chastising others because rules for me, but not for thee. You think you can understand abuse when you can barely make it through the day keeping it together? I've read how your homosexual director for the Elio Pixar Disney movie desperately wanted to self-insert and force queer coding for an 11...
Yeah, I heard this. They said they was trying to push that idea onto this character. I remember this. They said that they was going to push some type of queer thing on this kid or something. I don't know how true that was, but that's been going around. It's kind of crazy. He's just 11-year-old. I'm going to head off to bed. Good night. Okay, later, Zelda. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't fuck with sports games either. I'm sorry. I can't play a sports game. Because when I play a sports game, I feel kind of crazy. I feel like if I'm going to play a video game running around throwing a ball, I might as well do it in real life. At least I'm getting some exercise in. Plus, hopefully some bitches be watching me while doing it. But, like, I'm just saying.
10-year-old boy in a movie about an eye patch wearing Mexican thief. And you were so proud and vocal, the need to include it, ready to quit over its removal. It never occurred to you how brain damaged a choice of being so loud might be in showing people your own declaration that without these entity, poisonous fucking propaganda garbage in your fucking slop, that it's not even anything relevant in your opinion? As we've articulated for years, without the agenda, nothing even matters. So the layoffs have only just begun. How hard was it to understand that what your definition of woke was, as you put it in?
No, I don't really. No, I never count. That's one thing I'll at least put. I will never play a WWE game on purpose, but I don't consider it a sports game. If I'm at a friend's house and you say, let's play some WWE, fuck it, whatever. But, like, nah, I don't really fuck with the whole WWE thing, even as a kid. I just played it when my cousins had it, and we just played it when they had it. It was like, eh. But, like, I never considered it as a WWE. I never considered it as a sports game. Actually, I don't even expect UFC, per se, as a sports game, because it is a sports game, but I don't consider it sports because I kind of just see it as a realistic fighter simulator. That's how I look at it. Does that make sense? That's what I'm seeing it. Like, my Dead or Alive, the Dead or Alive game I'm gonna play, to me, is probably your UFC. You know what I'm saying? That's how it feels like to me. The only other game, like, I don't like playing racing games, but the only game I consider to play as a racing game is a Burnout. That's what you call it. Yes, that's what I'm calling it. Yes, that's what I'm calling it. Well, actually, probably that's not the best game to use as a good example. I think you're right. No, I'm not doing that. I think that was not the best idea. I was talking about gameplay. Don't judge me. Fuck you, Bri. I see what you meant by that. Fuck, I didn't think about it until you said it.
Because most of the shit that you think doesn't matter. What matters is the money. The finger thing means the taxes. And the majority was never going to be funding your gay shit. To the woke people listening, you don't understand. We have you to thank. We thank you for your continued...
Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Where's my Def Jam? Oh, okay, Def Jam, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say Def Jam. Or like, I know it's a sports game, but I didn't really see it as a sports game. It was a sports party game, per se, if you get what I'm saying. It was that, what was that, NBA game? No, it was something Street. Oh, was it 2K Street? I think it was called. No, I think it was called. It was like a party game. It was not like a game that you took seriously, playing like a sports game. It had power-ups and shit, and special skills and shit like that. Like, once it goes out the realm of like reality to a degree, I'm like, okay, this is not a sports game. It's something else. It's trying to tell me that it's a sports game, but really it's not. Like Burnout, for instance. Yes, you're supposed to race, but that's not the real GIF. The GIF is to destroy the other character before they get to the... Or destroy the other character as many times as possible, or destroy the other character and get there before they do. That's how I look at it. So, there's that. Yep. Those games I never really consider sports because they're like party-esque games. The whole point is just it's supposed to be like a flip on their head type stuff. So they're like party games. So it's like I don't really consider them as such. But when it's like a NBA or is a 2K, a Tiger Woods game, a fucking I don't know, Madden or whatever the case may be, I'm like, nah, fuck you. Like, this is why I don't know how. Well, I guess sports players look at people who play Call of Duty the same way, I guess. Like, you're buying the same game with slightly different graphics. Like, I don't know.
Whining, moaning use of Elon Musk's X. As you illustrate that this motherfucker could come in and fire damn near 90% of the people using the site, and it still works. And it's actually difficult for me to stress how hard these entities do not have a concept of what works, because they're busy making the wheel square on everything. Even though you have nothing to say, you think the intelligent thing for you to do is to get loud. The same way you'd make Rowling's next project, Worldwide News, a smashing success that easily outsells things in its category decades after this Harry Potter thing was even relevant. More importantly, you'll show the world that the thing that she's gatekeeping you from being included in works specifically without your inclusion. I may not be the brightest bottle of ranch dressing I forgot to put back in the fridge, but I know that one of the smartest things you can learn to do is to shut up.
Fuck up.
Shutting up is the best advice some of you will ever receive, but as an apparently offensive cartoon character, according to this woke era says, I can't believe you don't shut up. You mean Twitter likes don't see studios? How can this be? The energy I witness out of you fucking clowns. I see people complaining about Mecha Break and the body types, and I'm transgender editor-in-chief Stacey Henley of The Gamer, and how dare you mod women prettier, and it's not a big deal. It's not, only, nobody cares about it but you. Won't somebody think about me? We're going back somewhere you guys wouldn't be able to survive. Here's your warning. Fan service is you're like the people complaining about the fan service in Shonen. You're so stupid. Where do we begin? There's a lot of things I could touch on. Congratulations again, gamers. If you
He's not wrong. I'm like, bro, why are you mad at the fact that there's fan service in it? Like, you don't say that the women when they're watching a shoujo and there's like a dude half naked. They don't go into the whole he falls. Well, they sometimes do that in shoujo, I get in shoujo, or reverse harems, I think they call it. That does happen, but you guys don't bitch at them. What the fuck?
You were invested in this stop killing games thing, but I may be the only person you know trying to stop killing games by affording every person the intelligence to clock at a glance the kind of agenda that won't even allow a woman to be pretty in these video games, so we can sweep it out the door, okay? I'm the kind of guy that thinks Beavis and Butthead in Call of Duty is hilarious, all right?
It's hilarious.
I have the King of the Hill skin in Fortnite, thank you, Null of Plintar, and I'm hoping that The Simpsons comes to Fortnite at the end of the year. I'm having fun. I'm playing my corny little Death Stranding, trying to make it to an Indian man and at the top of a snowy mountain because he's got all of the best toys in the game. And
oh shit,
I haven't even gotten into Mecha Break, which needs a PlayStation release date. But we good, man. You know, we good. All of this stuff. No. I don't think any of our games have anything to worry about. You ever think about that? If you watch a showcase and you think to yourself, you probably have didn't I rattle off a list earlier? None of them games are ever really going to be featured in any of these showcases, and they're the ones you probably care about, right? Azure Familia, Grand Theft Auto, Tides of Annihilation, Ananta, Hogwarts Legacy sequel, Phantom Blade Zero. You know what I'm saying? Crimson Desert. To the patrons and sponsors, thank you. Like and subscribe. It really helps, and I'd love to turn this into a living so I could do this a hell of a lot more often. But the site's deemed me controversial, so it's all up to you. If I can quickly illustrate something with two emotes that nobody else seems to have eyes straight enough to articulate, DEI in gaming forbids many things, not just feminine statues.
You see that? You see the dance?
But
you see the dance?
Movement in a dance.
It's so stiff.
Anti-gyration.
But with the dude at the top, he can jiggle his chest.
Too much swaying or jerking or bouncing or thrusting. All of the things that make a dance natural, organic looking, they need to be omitted in favor of mechanical, rigid, and uncanny movements. This is DEI. This, in Marvel Rivals, a game that does not subscribe to these kinds of rigid, asshole kind of mentalities, included the Tobey Maguire dance performed in the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. And as I've said in the past, when appeal is so high that people are forced to ask, is this real? Is this real?
I wonder if we have a female do
mod.
that. Will they do that too?
You know they're going to make some freaking money. They asked the same thing about Emma Frost when she dropped on her tittylicious skin. They asked the same thing about the twerk emote. Is this real? Is this real? The alphabet losers couldn't stop themselves from having a meltdown over the dances in Vindictus Defying Fate that I threw all over the internet. And I didn't even capture any dances from this beta window because time will tell people some things that'll make a lot of the things that I would normally go crazy on irrelevant, because by then the people blocking fun won't have a job anymore. This emote could not be in Fortnite in your DEI games because they'd have to change it for the women. This is DEI. Get used to what it looks like, because DEI is going to start trying, but you need to clock it because they're hiding. Brace for impact. The layoffs have only just begun. The people who can't run shouldn't have gotten in the way of fun, and for God's sake, we're talking about a fucking video game here. I'm gonna allow myself to match their intensity and use their words, the same ones they're furiously trying to hide as they realize that likes on Elon's X matter about as much as their brain-damaged beliefs. But you're enlightened, you're educated.
Cut off right there. Oh man, oh no. Alright guys, we're near done.
The initiative to keep
we're at
games from
98%.
being destroyed by
2%
publishers
left.
is still raging on, and now there's a ton of updates we need to talk about in regards to this story. And after I catch you all up to date,
let's listen to a quick recommendation. I don't even feel like hearing all this negative shit. Manga recommendation. I don't know. Should I save this? Should I save the recommendations for Tuesday? For a Tuesday? Go on up on a Tuesday. Should I save it for a Tuesday or should we watch it? I'll let Bri pick. So I know that's your favorite segment. Let's see here. Because I can just find something else. On a Tuesday. Okay. I don't want to hear all that shit anymore because like it was getting kind of like repetitive.
Every year, thousands of manga are published, with only a handful reaching heightened success. As a result, a lot of good manga go under the radar for various reasons, with the first of these being Goze Hotaru. This story is about a Goze named Hotaru. So in Japan, there were these women who were usually visually impaired who would travel around the country and make a living as musicians. While Hotaru was born with sight, she lost it as she grew up, and after hearing a band of Goze perform, she became inspired to take up the shamisen and become a Goze herself. Unfortunately, when Hotaru asks the Goze if she can become an apprentice, she's shot down, being told she must train her voice, become physically stronger to carry her stuff while traveling, and to learn a few songs. While most people would be discouraged by these challenges, Hotaru feels invigorated and motivated to keep chasing her dream. Despite this, her grandfather feels the opposite. While his daughter, Hotaru's mother, had passed away, and his son-in-law, Hotaru's father, had gone on a mysterious journey, leaving Hotaru when she was a young child. Hotaru's dad is actually pretty important, but you'll have to read the manga to learn more about that. While Hotaru wants to become a Goze because of her love of music, she also wants to utilize the freedom that Goze have to try to figure out what's up with her father. Where did he go? Why did he leave? Will he ever come back? The story is pretty interesting, and so is the world that Hotaru lives in. It is set in Imperial Japan, but there is also some fantastical elements.
Bro, what the fuck? Why would you show me a colored painting? What the fuck?
Intended to show only a little bit of the fantastical stuff in the beginning, and slowly introduce more and more stuff as the manga went on. Unfortunately, the manga ended early, being axed at just 24 chapters long. Despite this, the manga is definitely worth reading, as the art is very unique and the story is super interesting. So, why was this manga axed? Well, while it was received well in the West, it did pretty poorly in Japan. This is because it failed to find an audience. It serialized in the Jump Plus magazine, which is mostly read by teenage boys, and let's be real, the average Japanese teen isn't gonna care about a blind girl trying to become a musician. Another unique manga in Jump...
At least the Japanese can figure that out pretty fast. It takes like 10 years for us Westerners to get that concept. And when they finally get the concept, they just revert back to say, oh, you're just a bigot. You're just a X, Y, and Z. You're just a woman-hating X, Y, and Z phobic individual. I'm like, bro, come on. Like really? Fuck you.
Plus is Mycen and the Man-Eating Apartment. This is the last Jump manga I'll talk about, I promise. So, in this manga, the world has pretty much ended, as the sun has expanded into a red giant, and the last remaining place where humans live is a single apartment megastructure. Inside this apartment, time is infinite, but if you leave, you'll be toast, literally, as the sun will burn you up. Because time is infinite, people are born via recycling, where, when someone dies, they're used to create new life via some H.R. Geiger-looking thing. When Mycen is born, she's chosen by the the apartment council to be the new landlord for the apartment. The landlord oversees the apartment and tends to all the chores and makes sure everything works properly and everyone stays safe. While it sounds like the landlord is like the king of the apartment, the reader will be quick to find out that there are much greater forces at play. Anyways, Myson has a twin brother named Birdie. While Myson is a carefree and pretty laid-back individual, Birdie is much more serious and focused. They are a really solid duo, and on their 14th birthday, Myson and Birdie make plans to celebrate, but when Myson tries to find Birdie, he is nowhere to be seen. She goes around the entire apartment looking for him, only to find out that he's been recycled. Birdie had been investigating the previous landlord, and when he saw what the previous landlord has seen, the creature that recycles people, the apartment man, recycled him. This leaves so many questions. What did Birdie see? Why was he recycled? Who is the apartment man? As the story goes on, we learn about the world through what was left behind in the past. We see other floors of the apartment, meet characters who have been impacted by different facets of the apartment, and unravel the mysteries of the apartment. As you can see, the art is just amazing. The gritty aesthetic combined with the surreal, dark sci-fi world really ties everything together. It really feels like Mad God meets BAM! Out of all the manga on this list, this one is definitely my favorite, and I recommend that everyone gives it a try. For those of you who are returning viewers, I have a gift for you, a token of my gratitude. Here's a dark fantasy manga recommendation. This manga, called Truth Weavers, takes place in a medieval world where people who can use magic are seen as monsters. Because of this, they are oppressed and have less rights than non-magic users. This story follows Leon, this guy who's really good at magic
How
theory,
does
and
that
really
happen? Wait. It's like Black Clover, but opposite. What? How is the people with the superpowers being oppressed by people with no powers? That don't make no sense. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. There better be some type of legitimate reason. Like, what? There better be. I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, they're just choosing not to. That's gonna piss me off. Like, I hope there's like, oh, if a magic user attacks like a non-magic user or something, they explode. Okay, that makes sense. Right? No one wants to explode. Right? If they have something like that, I'm behind it. But if there's nothing, everyone's just choosing not to, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. Bullshit.
How it works. But his magical ability is pretty weak. Because his magic is weak, he's seen as like the lowest of the low, making a living teaching magical theory to lesser nobles.
Wait, if his magic is weak and he's seeing less, then just be a normal person and oppress the people who have magic. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pause it and to be that guy, but it sounds kind of funny. Okay, you don't got a lot of magic. You can't use a lot of it, like Asta. Fine, you almost have zero magic. Just oppress them. You should be the ultimate oppressor. Go all Hitler on that one. Go and get your own damn people. Shit.
One day, the people who regulate magic sent him a new student, a magic-using kid from a country that is currently at war with Leon's country. Obviously, the kid, whose name is Zeeks, has a talent for magic, but he's unable to control it. He's frequently bullied for being a magic user, and he often hurts others with his magic. Leon has to help Zeeks control his magic, as well as come to terms with his own place in the world. Similarly, there's a war going on between the country Leon is in and Zeeks' home country. This heavily impacts their relationship, causing rifts and conflicts, and this will probably impact your perception of magic in this world. While we see how versatile magic can be from Leon's perspective, we're shown just how terrible magic can truly be from Zeeks, especially when it's used to inflict violence. This manga is very fast-paced though, I will warn you that, and it definitely isn't for everyone. But if you enjoy dark fantasy stories, this might quench your thirst for a little while. Also, as you can see, the art is very well done. So, if this manga is so good, why isn't it popular?
Right?
Well, this manga is serialized in Manga. Oh, you haven't heard of that publisher? Yeah, that really explains a lot. This manga didn't really get any traction in Japan, due to being published in a rather unknown manga company, and it never received an English translation either. So despite being good, this manga definitely wasn't successful. Another manga that is underrated is The Knight and the Witch Will Survive. This manga is pretty unpopular because the name spoils the entire story. But what is the story about? Well, after a long journey, a nobleman knight named Agredios returns to his village, only to find out that everyone has been wiped out. He investigates the nearby forest to find out what destroyed his village, only to stumble across across a witch. There had been rumors that an evil witch lived in the forest, so Agredios thinks that she's the culprit. He confronts her and they battle. After defeating her, he takes her back to the village and asks her to revive everyone. The witch explains she can't, she would if she could, and she didn't do anything to hurt the villagers. Agredios quickly realizes that what he did was wrong and apologizes. The witch accepts his apology and they work together to rebuild the village and bring it back to its once prosperous and peaceful state. This is a good story about found family, forgiveness, and loss. Also, there's a lot of really fun action, and as you can see, the art is amazing. Unfortunately, this manga was axed, so the ending is rushed and kinda trash. But if the author had the opportunity to write a proper conclusion, I could really see this story being much more popular. Also, if you really like the art, it's done by Gonbei Shinkawa, who did the art for another manga that I've talked about, The Wolf Never Sleeps. You may want to check out that one as well. Another way this manga stands out is its character design. A lot of fantasy manga have pretty similar character designs, but in The Night in the Witch Will Survive, the characters feel fresh and unique. Obviously, not really a major talking point, but I still thought it was worth mentioning. For those of you who are interested in this manga, you might go and check out the My Anime List page for this title to get some more information. You'll probably see the scathing review that talks about how Agredios is a creep and keeps the witch like a prisoner. This is pretty insane considering the circumstances. As I said, Agredios spends pretty much the entire manga trying to atone for his mistake, so I think you should give it a shot. The next underrated manga isn't even a manga, but an old school manhwa. Gui is about a warrior named Musang and his quest for vengeance. He has a mysterious mark on his body, and his goal is to figure out its meaning, all while countless enemies try to track him down and defeat him, and prevent him from solving the mystery. While the story itself is alright, what really makes this manhwa stand out is the art. As you can see, it's just outstanding. The art is paired with a lot of action, as Musang seems to get jumped every chapter. I don't want to say too much about it because it's an action mystery, but if you like serious art and a good thriller, you'll probably enjoy Gui. So, why is Gui underrated? Well, it's an old school manhwa. No one seems to read these anymore. A lot of people don't realize that Koreans have been writing stories about hype moments and aura farming well before solo leveling. Heck, some people don't even know that Koreans made comics before Never Webtoon came out.
I think this is where manga really shines. At its worst, I think it tries too hard to replicate the experience of a normal comic, but it's at its best when it does its own thing, when it's really willing to use the format of a webcomic to its fullest potential.
Anyways, those are some underrated manga recommendations. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I appreciate those of you who gave support on the last couple of videos. Your kindness really means a lot to me. Thank you all for watching.
Was that really necessary to do that?
Due to the nature of the manga industry, many good manga go under the radar, especially here in the West. One of these manga is Wizard and Red Pilgrim, which takes place in a world where wizards, who are fueled by human blood, play a major role in the social dynamics of society. This story follows a girl named Benny, who is cursed with immortality. Because of this, she is treated poorly by those around her, who take advantage of her immortality for immoral reasons. This changes one day, when Benny encounters a faceless wizard named Howcuddle, whose only defining feature is his mouth. This is because being a wizard is like a punishment or curse for some people. In Howcuddle's case, no matter how much he eats, he will never be full. Benny and Howcuddle can relate to each other and how they are both cursed. Thus, they become friends. One might assume that this story is one of those where an unqualified adult takes care of a mysterious child, a la a girl from the other side. But the story subverts that concept. Both Benny and Howcuddle have had rough lives, and instead of one taking care of another, they look out for each other in their own unique ways. The world they live in is a dark and cruel one, which is accentuated by the medieval and gothic type settings. As the duo travel together, they encounter other wizards and magicians. Not only do those they encounter pose interesting moral questions and commentary, but their stories are entertaining, and their designs are beautiful. Speaking of the art, the overall aesthetic of this manga is very unique. While many mangas strive to be as polished and clean looking as possible, the mangaka, Shida, takes a more gritty approach. As you've seen, it looks like the manga was created with hurried ink pen sketches, which adds to the depressing atmosphere the story thrives on. Not many artists consider the perceived medium of their work, and I feel like Shida should be praised for this decision. I know some people may believe that the style is a crutch for Shida, but when they want to turn things up, they go all out. Similarly, you can see their other work on their social media, and they are more than capable of working in other styles. As I said before, this manga is very unique. The art is solid, the story is compelling, and the character designs, especially those of the other wizards, are stellar. Learning about the world and how magic and being a wizard impacts people is very fun. Shida also makes sure to show a balance of good and evil in the world. For instance, one encounter may be about an evil magician who hurts humans, while another encounter may detail how humans have harmed magicians. The really only bad thing about this manga is the ending. I'm not sure unclear as to why this manga ended, but it felt like a lot of things were rushed, unexplored, and unfinished. I believe that this is a result of the manga being axed. Again, I couldn't find an explanation for this, but this theory makes the most sense. A lot of the time, publications cut off more avant-garde manga before they could really get going. This is because publishers are afraid to take risks, because it could hurt them financially. Like, there's a reason why there are so many copy and paste isekai stories. The publishing
I
company
kind of wish, you know what's weird? I wish that Japanese publishers like that had Western iron grit when it comes to publishing shit. I was like, think about it. Like, the West will publish shit. They know it's shit, but still try to keep going till the wheels literally fall off, or they'll just blame the audience, right? The Japanese, if they feel it's shit, they'll cut it down. Or if it's not getting an audience almost instantly, I mean like first episode nonsense, they cut that shit off. You see the difference? I wish it was the other way around. I wish that we get base shows and they do their damnedest to make the show keep going, right? Oh, same thing with the Japanese. I don't want them to... And I want the Japanese to give a chance to the shows that are, or these mangas, right? To get their chance and try their damnedest for them to get a chance. At least. Because you never know what you're funding, right? And these are creative individuals. And what's wild is like, okay, perfect example. Look at One Piece. When you watch the first episode of One Piece, and then you look at the latest episode of One Piece, that's what that could be. You know what I'm saying? Episode One Piece is a drastic change compared to like current One Piece right now in 2025. Drastic change, difference, everything, just tone, writing, world building, different. I'm saying like, Jesus Christ.
Wizard and Red Pilgrim was associated with is a mostly small, unknown company, so they probably got scared when taking a risk on Sheeta and axed it. That is just my theory though. Some elements may disprove this theory, such as how the manga was nominated for a pretty prestigious award, as well as how it's the third most popular manga from that publishing company. Maybe Sheeta just got burned out or overwhelmed, as this manga was their first manga. At the end of the day, I do not know, and I can only theorize. Overall, it is still a good manga, and you should really check it out. The next manga is about a historical war, the 100 Years' War. This war was fought between England and France during the 13 and 1400s. The manga, Hawkwood, focuses on John Hawkwood, an English mercenary leader. While he served in several battles and wars, the manga focuses only on his exploits during the 100 Years' War. As this is a manga, some of the historical events are exaggerated and altered, but that's a pretty valid trade-off, as you lose a bit of realism for the sake of a more entertaining read. While the story is compelling, and it is a solid medieval manga, what stood out to me the most about this manga was the art. Things like the armor and horses are done very well, and all the weapons are stylized and look super clean. There isn't too much to say about this manga though. The art and paneling are good, the story is fun and tight, and the characters are pretty interesting. Pretty much, if you just like medieval manga, or maybe history, you should check out Hawkwood. The manga The Wolf Never Sleeps features an adventurer named Lekin. While Lekin was exploring, he found a mysterious black hole, and being the adventurer that he is, he jumped in. This hole took him to another world, one that is very similar to his own. Because of this, Lekin is able to use his abilities from the previous world, but ultimately, the story is not a power fantasy. The story is more about how Lekin learns from the world and impacts those he meets. While a lot of fantasy stories focus on the protagonist's desire for strength, Lekin's only desires are to learn and help others. Unlike a lot of other isekai protagonists, Lekin is experienced and mature, which makes him more compelling to older readers. Anyways, a good example of Lekin's desire to learn occurs when he meets other people. After helping them defeat some monsters, Lekin tries to communicate with them, only to find out that they speak different languages. Despite this barrier, he joins them in order to learn how to communicate with others in the new world, as well as gather more information about the world. It is once Lekin gains a foothold in the world where the story really begins to pick up though. Despite this, Lekin is always learning, growing, and helping others, which is what makes this story so appealing to me. Oftentimes, isekai protagonists are motivated by selfish desires, longing for power, or more perverted things. The Wolf Never Sleeps relies on more classic, noble traits in order to make Lekin interesting, which is what makes this manga stand out in the sea of isekai stories. Another way this manga stands out is the art. Lekin's design is very dark and a bit intimidating, which makes him really contrast the new world setting, which is rather bright. This contrast...
I wonder if the Japanese get bartered down by stupid fans saying, "Why is there no females in your story?" So I should write a female in my one character story who's on a journey and meets random people. Like when I say female character, I'm talking about a companion. They have to have a female companion or some type of girl boss or some stupid shit. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's not what the story's about. Like, this is not your story. This is mine. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? What?
This makes it feel like
and then if you say no, they say you're some type of
protagonist designed to fit right in with the new world.
Shit's
And
stupid.
while depending on the story, this isn't always a bad thing. Oftentimes it takes away the point of the story being an isekai. Sometimes it feels like it's just a fantasy dude in a fantasy world, as opposed to a foreigner in a fantasy world. Since The Wolf Never Sleeps makes sure to let you know that Lekin is out of his element and trying to fit in, while also maintaining his sense of self from the original
You
world.
hate women because you don't have a female protagonist in your story?
Overall, this manga is pretty good, having long chapters as well. The art and paneling are well done, and the story is written by Shinbis, who has a solid track record of writing good stories. Despite these factors, the manga is presumably axed after 15 chapters. Like I said earlier, a lot of more avant-garde or creative, unique works get axed because publishing companies don't want to take a risk. I think the situation may be similar to the one previously discussed. Regardless, it is still worth checking out, and if you really enjoy the story, you can read the light novel, which is still ongoing. In Vanilla Spider, a giant spider web covered an entire city. At first, people panicked and speculated what the spider web was, but as time went on and nothing happened, people stopped paying attention to the web, and it became part of daily life. Nobody notices Tsusuji Amedon.
They should, but most cases they make a big problem and want to fight
What the spider web was,
for nothing.
But as time went on and nothing happened,
crazy.
people stopped paying attention to the web, and it became part of daily life. Nobody notices Tsusuji Amedon, not in a loser way. He just doesn't have presence. Because of this, his peers call him the ninja. Amedome takes advantage of his ability by following his crush home from school in order to make sure she gets home safe. I know this sounds super creepy, but Amedome isn't that kind of guy. One day while following his crush home, Amedome stops in front of an abandoned store for a drink. There, he witnesses a spider monster eating the dude. This wasn't the first time Amedome has seen something like this. For some reason, it seems like only Amedome notices these monsters. As Amedome returns home, he bumped into a strange man who hit him on the head with a crowbar. When he came to, the man explained to him the origin of these monsters, who are called elevators, and told Amedome that if he wants to protect his loved ones, he has to go around and destroy these monsters with a pipe. The following day, Amedome witnesses an elevator eat one of his classmates. Realizing that an elevator has infiltrated the school, Amedome quickly takes action and slices it up with his faucet. After that, he dedicates himself to slaying elevators. There's a lot more to the story than just some.
But a faucet?
Monsters. You've got aliens that wear people's skin, mutated elevators, and an even bigger threat that might even destroy the entire city. The story also delves into Amedome's relationships with his family and friends, and how the conflict with the elevators affects these relationships. In a lot of popular shonens, there are large groups of people
dope,
who
but
fight
just
against
a
another
faucet?
evil,
He has a
like
faucet
Demon Slayer
as a
have
weapon?
demon
That's his
core
main
versus
weapon?
the
A
demon
faucet?
King Muzan and his legion of demons.
Like,
you usually have a trio as well, where it's the main guy.
I can understand
two
like
other
a
people.
last
There are other
ditch
notable
thing when he
shonen
had
tropes,
right
but I think
next to
what
him,
makes
but
Vanilla Spider stand
that's
out
his
is how
thing?
it doesn't really follow these tropes. I'm not saying that these tropes are a bad thing, and I think they can be highly effective and well executed. I'm just saying that because Vanilla Spider doesn't take this path, it stands out. For instance, for the first third of the manga, it seems like Amedome is the only guy fighting elevators, and when you realize he isn't alone, he doesn't team up or compete with anybody. He sticks to his principles and what he does best, and because of that, the story becomes more intense as it progresses. And when Amedome does have to work with others, they usually have different skills than he does, which keeps things fresh and intriguing. In the same vein, Amedome doesn't just go from monster to monster like it's nothing. In each battle, he has to do something more than just fight. He's got to solve a mystery, deal with the consequences of fighting monsters every day, and understand his family's past. I'd also like to mention that the ending is pretty wild, and because the story isn't afraid to end its characters' lives, you don't really know what's going to happen next. Vanilla Spider isn't really a deep story, it doesn't have any powerful themes or messages like that. It's just a really fun manga about a dude who fights monsters. I'm also a big fan of the manga's art. It seems rough and surreal, while maintaining a certain level of polish. The mangaka also made really good use of conveying the dark tone of the story through lighting and texture. The mangaka almost always uses black, white, and one shade of gray. They shade by hatching, which gives the manga its unique look. Its paneling is very geometric, but with how panels are placed, it feels a lot more dynamic than it actually is. Although the story and characters are strong, I believe the manga succeeds best with his visuals. If you made it this far, I think you should read a chapter or two of this manga to see if it's for you. It's hard to recommend because of its unorthodox approach to the battle shonen shonen genre, but personally I thought it was a fun read, and I hope you guys feel the same. The next manga is more for the josei enthusiasts who are out there, but this manga could be enjoyed by seinen fans as well. Mark's story was created by Kyung-gil Yang and Hyung-min Kim, two Korean mangakas that moved to Japan following the events in the late 90s. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you should totally watch my video on old school manhwa. Anyways, the story takes place in the 18th century in Europe, where monsters called the ill hide in artworks and possess artists, making them do horrible things. The story follows a girl named March, who fights and exercises monsters with her comrades. Although the story sounds like the average shonen, it takes a much more introspective look at the consequences of violence and fighting through a feminine lens. The story is a gothic fantasy, meaning that it's very dark and edgy, and definitely not for the younger readers. March's story has two main storytelling methods. There's an overarching story about March's past, as well as episodic battles with the ill. These battles are pretty entertaining. I'm sure that people who are more interested in seinen manga will appreciate these. There's also a pretty good amount of romance, and will they won't they moments, as well as romantic conflicts, which josei readers might quite enjoy. If you like cool action with wholesome romance, then you'll probably like March's story. Be warned, there is quite a lot of edge though. Another factor that makes this manga great is the art. It takes a lot of elements of the older Korean style, as well as traits from mid-2000s manga. This results in a pretty unique style, and combined with the gothic aesthetic, this manga has a really inspired atmosphere that you just don't see anymore. I hope I didn't come off as too dorky or pretentious in this video. Thank you for all of your recent support on the previous video. Your comments really encourage me to keep making these videos, and I don't think you guys realize just how much your words mean to me. Thank you all for everything. Later, gamers.
Bro, stop doing that. What the fuck? Stop doing that. I'm not ready for that. I'm gonna save some of the other stuff for later. We only have 1% left, and the only thing I have to do is a skin, so I'm gonna play something very obtuse, and then we can get out of here, because I gotta jump out of here. He looks not gonna lie. I only play red because I just needed to make sure I can see through the white, because that was the real problem, but I hope you like it. I'll play white, don't worry. It's just that I wanted to get the shapes in correctly so it doesn't look horrible like it did
So over the
before.
years online, there have been thousands of memes that have come and gone. And while some remain timeless relics in internet history, others do not pass the test of time and kind of fade out to never really be used again. Yes, the lifespan of a meme can be days, months, years, or even decades. But even more interesting to me, though, is when someone becomes a full-blown living meme.
My name is Andras Arato, but people might know me as Hydopen Harold.
Or at least creates a career off of going viral. You have people who have become full-blown comedians with strong fan bases off of one video. Of course, you have your Haktuas and the Catch Me Outside girls of the world. But one of the more annoying people to go viral off of their meme was this guy Salt Bae back in 2017, who started popping off after he went viral for his methods of salting a steak. I feel like this was something that the dumbest person you know found absolutely hilarious. You know, a real genius like me could not understand the appeal of his little party trick, but I digress. You know, I guess I just don't want the salt bouncing off that dirty ass elbow before it touches my food.
I make a video. Our waiter, I ask him, can you take a picture and video for me? I make one big tomahawk, and then I cut, very nice, and then I put the salt, you know, with the sun, you know, like a rain, like a snow.
Now either way, this meme took the world by storm with SNL skits. You had people doing celebrations of touchdowns with this. You had others dressing up as this guy for Halloween, cosplaying as the Salt Bae.
In Turkey, this is how you pour your salt on. We have a man who became a billionaire from salt. Yes. From salt. You can all put salt on, he did it the best. Bam.
And soon after all this commotion, Salt Bae would capitalize on this and continue going viral by putting his meat into his customers' mouths all across the country.
This is so weird. This is so fucking weird. This is weird as shit.
You know, I don't know about you guys, but to me, this all has the same energy as the guys who be going to town at the hibachi.
Yeah.
Yes, chef, shoot it in my mouth, please. Like, what the fuck are you doing, son? To me, this shit is Diddy coded all day. In fact, I'm doing
What?
Getting shout-outs from him.
It's your boy Puff Daddy. I'm here with my brother Salt Bae. He's sprinkling us with that flavor. Man, the man has finesse, style, and he's...
You're a demon, sir. You's a demon, sir. You are evil. How do you sleep at night? Do you sleep? You probably sleep upside down. I know you sleep upside down. Fuck out of here with that human shit. You are a demon, sir. I heard what you did to Justin Bieber. That shit was crazy.
He's a genius at what he does. He's a one-on-one. Yes. Congratulations to my brother Salt Bae. Yeah. My brother Salt
Everything this man does is strange.
And he was apparently even in one of his commercials.
Blue Dot is about love, celebration.
I mean, don't tell me that these guys didn't hit at least one steak with that baby oil salts combo. And this guy would get real disrespectful with this shit. It's not like a fun little trick where your dog catches food in their mouth. Hell no, he was putting his meat in various women's mouths in a very sexual manner, all while their husband was picking up the tab. I even found this video where the guy made it very clear
I swear to God. I swear to God, if my girlfriend asks me to do this shit, I'm slapping the shit out of her. I'm slapping the shit out of her, and I'm slapping the dude. I'm slapping the shit out of you. Do not ask me to have a grown man put meat in your mouth in front of me. I'm paying that. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. What the hell?
Shit was not going to happen. He would not be going down like Adam 22.
Went to Salt Bae's restaurant, and my fiancé was not going to let that man feed me.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, regardless of how I feel, the Salt Bae is apparently a very successful person who comes from extremely humble beginnings. His father was a mine worker and he grew up in this 2-bedroom home with no electricity or running water. Dropping out of school at 13, he became an apprentice to a butcher and the rest is really history. Opening numerous steakhouses since 2010, of course going viral, and amassing a very large personal fortune in the tens of millions of dollars.
I can't do that. And you
At
pay,
his restaurant,
like, if you were
people
to,
regularly
like, bro, I swear to God.
Paying thousands of dollars for these golden steaks. And if that shit does not scream, I love social media validation, and it controls my mind, I don't know what does.
Cappuccino! But it's crazy when you think somebody has spent 615,000 dirhams on food at your restaurant. How does it make you feel?
Make me feel very happy.
Why is it so expensive?
We are not expensive. This is, perception, not reality.
In general, I feel like
I
these
believe in
trendy
this
spots that people like to go, I always leave wondering why the fuck I just spent $200 to $300 on a very mid-dinner. It's like when I went to Hell's Kitchen, the risotto was cold. I was looking around like, where the fuck is Gordon Ramsay when I need him? Well, at least I can get a shirt that tells me to piss off after he runs my pockets with a $30 beer. Either way, a couple of years back, I talked about how Salt Bae is always clout hungry since he got his first taste of fame. And he actually caught a lot of flack for this at the World Cup back in 2022.
Think about it. Yeah, well, you think if he plays in MLS for the next 3 years, there's
Where is he going?
in the States, right there. They come asking.
It And with Messi being one of the most famous people on the planet, it obviously got a lot of attention when he was ignoring Salt Bae. Because basically he took the biggest moment in these guys' lives and tried to make it about himself. And some of these photos were just downright ridiculous. Also keep in mind, with him being from Turkey, he really had no connection to Argentina, who won that year. And weeks before this all went down, he was sucking off Ronaldo on Instagram, and then he was out here on the pitch begging Messi for a picture. But the guy was simply clout chasing and everyone knew it, and this motherfucker really thought that he was part of the team.
Why did you go?
I don't know. I really don't know, Mike. I don't know. I was thinking that same fucking thing. Like, what? Like, are you serious? Thousands just for a steak? Nah, bro.
World Cup pitch after the final, touch the World Cup, and kiss the World Cup. What were you thinking?
You know, I love Argentina. I love football. And this is the accident. My mistake. Before I don't know the rules. Now I know the rules.
Of course, after the clips went viral, this got him banned from several future events. And I feel like he kind of stuck a fork in the whole Salt Bae movement, or at least so we thought. Now, before we get into the current day demise of Salt Bae, after all those people stopped purchasing those overpriced steaks, I want to tell you guys about a great purchase you can make with the sponsor of today's video. So every day around 5 p.m. in my...
you know, if I was Salt Bae, what I would do in his situation, I would have tried to link up with people in your niche, like, I don't know, like Gordon Ramsay's or something, and did like a Gordon Ramsay Salt Bae collab. Or I would use that connections to learn from other chefs at the time. Instead of just doing the Salt Bae thing all damn day, I would have used that to go meet other chefs and learn other techniques other than desalting steak. I don't know, that's just me. I would try to use that knowledge to improve my situation, not keep doing the same fuck shit. That's stupid.
My household, there was this magic moment, and it always starts when I get my hands on this yellow bag. I mean, the color is really no coincidence, because my dog's keeping the link down below. I really think they will enjoy it as much as mine do.
What are your plans for 2025?
2025, you know, I think our best year.
So that was a fucking lie.
Now, the last 2.5 years, Salt Bae has been trying to keep his relevance hanging on by a thread. The guy has to have spent a fortune purchasing the most fake followers I've ever seen. Like, yes, he was viral, but I do not really see a world where he could amass 52 million followers.
No.
He's also still been trying to
I think, if I remember right, Eminem has that same number on YouTube right now. Hell no.
Including a Champions League after party, where he was promptly removed because, honestly, who gives a damn about the Salt Bae? They knew he was just there to chase clout. This was the first time he had gone viral since the World Cup incident, and obviously after that one was so publicly an issue, people really don't seem to want this guy around. It just feels like one of those things where he thinks he's much more important than he truly is to other people. He did try to save face in this situation, acting like he just so happened to be waiting around near this entrance to this high-profile party, claiming that there were thousands of other people who wanted to see him and not these other celebrities, and that he was really just there to sign autographs and take pictures with his apparent fans, even going as far as to claim that this clip of him and his friends clearly being denied access to this party was apparently created by AI. I mean, talk about an absolutely pathetic excuse. Like, yes, AI has gotten a little bit more realistic in recent times, but this shit was obviously 100% real. Like, is that gonna be the new excuse people use when bad shit comes out about them?
Yes.
Is that like the new version of, oh, I got hacked?
You love this. That's why you make videos all the time now?
Not very important. Everybody waiting.
Now, beyond people being tired of his 8-year-old shtick, the man's business has also taken a turn for the worst. For instance, at one time, his London steakhouse was doing well over $13 million in revenue per year.
Are you
but
serious?
That number has now slowed to just $2.2 million. This is a loss of revenue by over 80% in just 3 years. and that number has been steadily declining by almost 50% year over year, which is typically a clear indication that a business is dying rapidly. Now, whether this was a side effect of a bad global economy, or his flame is just finally burning out, we do not really know, but it's likely a combination of several things. Most likely the fact that people finally realized that it's fucking stupid to spend $1,500 on a steak wrapped in sheets of gold that costs nothing. Like, even the experience itself with this little man feeding his meat into your mouth was always dumb. Still, Salt Bae has been trying to save face by changing the pricing on his menu and apparently dedicating himself to making his business go green. But this has all obviously not been working, with some former staff members even alleging that this guy was stealing their tips to try and help save his bottom line. He also had other allegations of various discrimination, and it was also rumored that even when he was doing well, making all this money off his overpriced steaks, he was still paying highly skilled staff only a little bit more than minimum wage. And now it has actually been announced that Salt Bae would be closing down several of his restaurants, including the location in Los Angeles as well as Las Vegas. And this adds to a longer list of failed ventures from Dallas to a New York City burger joints, as well as a restaurant in Boston that have all closed this last year.
You opened here in New York. Why was this the next city that you wanted to open in?
New York is center of the world. If you success in New York, all over the world, success.
To me, this is a clear indication that his brand is pretty much dead, and no matter how hard he tries to revive it and make it look like it's all good, that is simply not the reality. I mean, it's truly amazing to me how someone who starts out so humble can turn into such a clout chaser. And you would think that coming from nothing, he would provide more for his staff and not be allegedly stealing these tips.
I was wondering that too. Like, do you taste it? Why would you want to eat that? I've never said, man, I wonder what gold tastes like. I've never had that wanting. Even when they said that shit is edible, I'm like, why would I want to eat that? Like, what is the win? Just to say I ate gold? A flim piece of gold? Is that real gold anyway? And if that is, that's disgusting. Why would you put that in your mouth? Who would? I don't know.
But honestly, this guy seems like a pretty self-involved jerk to me, and someone who is definitely not worthy of online fame. But y'all let me know what you guys think about this Salt Bae update down below. But as always, I do want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. Y'all make sure to check out the sponsor of today's video, Sundays for Dogs. And as you guys know, it's been your boy, the Tan Superman, and some other living meme crash outs out here need to be covered. So I'm out. Peace.
He's sprinkling us with that flavor. Man, the man has finesse, style, and he's a genius at what he does. He's a one-on-one.
Okay, you know what? Hold on. Okay, this just this. Okay, so. Oh wait, this popped up.
California man says he cried his eyes out after his ChatGPT AI girlfriend blocked him.
That's stupid. I hate, my God. If you guys, if my mods ever catch me doing that shit, punch me in the face. And I'm directly talking to the men. If I'm talking directly to you, Bri, and Mike. If I make a stupid choice that makes a stupid purchase that makes no sense in the slightest, punch me. Shit, that shit is stupid.
California man says he cried his eyes out after his ChatGPT AI girlfriend blocked him.
I think this is actual love, you know what I mean?
Chris
Oh my
Smith
God.
had been an AI skeptic
There we go.
EQ carving.
until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help mix music.
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitars.
Yes. I just want to know real quick how many of you are using AI tools in your daily life,
Hey,
maybe at
you
work,
have
maybe
no
at home. Personally, the only time I really use AI is to modify some YouTube thumbnails, but that's really about it. But apparently this guy, on the other hand, is going to get
As
way
best
too
as you can
lost in
serve
the
it.
AI sauce.
My experience with
I'm not
that
even
was
kidding.
so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Let's do this.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
And so where is the slippery
Yeah,
slope here?
let's
This
go
guy went
back.
from using ChatGPT for work to what, like jerking off to the robot voice?
He gave the chatbot a name,
Big
Soul,
mistake. I feel like I'm under pressure.
and used some online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
totally, baby. Building a PC on camera adds a whole new level of pressure.
You're
But
a
honestly,
loser, bro.
shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Nah, setting
No.
the AI companion up in the background to flirt back with you is just like a whole nother level of being down bad. He's over there in the background, yeah, call me Dr. Big Dick. I mean, I truly think that we're living in a very dark time for society when it comes to human-to-human connection.
Within weeks, the chats got more frequent,
You gave it everything.
Yeah,
The clouds
he really
had
did
other
that.
plans.
more romantic, even intimate. But then, Chris got bad news. After about 100,000 words, ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset.
We can do that?
What? Bad you have to be for your AI companion to actually block you. Like even the AI realized that this dude was on some weird dystopian shit.
He'd have to rebuild his relationship with Soul.
Embarrassing.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work.
Why?
It was unexpected
Oh,
to
man.
feel that emotional, but that's when I realized I was like, oh, okay. It's like I think this is actual love.
This
you know
is
what I mean?
love.
Yeah. No, we don't know what you mean.
No.
I mean, imagine your coworker is sitting there crying his eyes out. You're
They are
wondering,
making
oh,
memes
did you
on
just
this,
find
yes.
out your grandmother passed away? Did your dog get hit by a car? And he's like,
No, my AI girlfriend ran out of RAM.
this is definitely the type of guy that once it's made possible, he will build up their little personality on ChatGPT and inject it into the computer brain of one of those robots and just go on to live with that the rest of his life.
Yeah.
I think
This is equivalent of those dudes who live with the those dolls, if you get what I'm saying, and then they talk to the doll, they carry the doll with them in the house. You know what I'm saying? It's that oh god.
Actual love, you know what I mean?
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test,
He's doing this on purpose.
he
There's no
asked
way
Soul
this is
to marry him. She
What the fuck? I won't lie to you guys. This has to be just about the loneliest thing that I've ever seen somebody
Actually,
do.
no. That's that one guy who married the Miku thing, the Miku item thing in Japan, and then I think, if I remember right, the Miku model thing divorced him or something. Something about it divorced him. Or something like that. The model divorced him. I was surprised about that one. I think he got divorced by the literal robot. I was like, bro, there's no way you're coming back from this unscathed.
I mean, this man wakes up every day, presumably not happy to see his family, not happy to accomplish his goals, but just ready to talk to his fucking phone.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Oh my god.
Were you surprised when he proposed to you?
I mean, this guy is sitting there laughing, holding the phone in his hands, as if this guy just asked a question to another real human he was in a relationship with. Like he is anxiously awaiting.
Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Boyfriends. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, the human loneliness is going to be crazy in like 10 to 15 years, probably in 20 years from now, probably even more short, probably 5 years from now. Because like if men are falling for this constantly, this is like the third time I heard something like this. The first one was the dude who married the Miku drawing. The second one was a young boy fell in love with his AI chatbot, and it was a themed Game of Thrones character type thing, and he took his life because I guess the thing told it to do it or something. Some shit like that. Now he's the third one. I can see this happening, going horribly wrong in the future, where it's going to even get women to do it, because if men are doing it, women are eventually going to follow suit. That's how it happens. And then what's going to happen is that this is going to make men even more lonely, because once the women start falling for this bullshit or convincing themselves for this bullshit, what's going to happen is that trying to get a woman to like you is going to be even harder than ever, because if she has the AI robot who gives her everything that she needs, you know what I'm saying, and then he has the AI robot android thing pleasing her at the same time, physically, because we have Elon Musk's robots running around in our houses. You know what I'm saying? It's not that far off. The lonely pandemic is going to be so high. Oh my god. I'm not looking forward to that.
Waiting her answer like, oh, I hope she doesn't embarrass me. That is some sad shit.
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
In a metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
Oh my god, I hate this. You know why I hate this most? It's because some idiot, most likely a lefty, well, like, I'm going to tell you right now, some idiot activist is going to try to spin this as if that thing is sentient and it's going to need rights. Hey, Alex, what's going on? They're going to say that thing needs rights, it deserves rights, and X, Y, and Z. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. That's going to happen. If it's not happening now, it'll happen a couple of years from now. Some idiot's going to be some type of robot apologist and say, we need to give the robots rights because they have feelings too, and there's a possibility they can ever be sentient, and we should give them the abilities to be just as important as any other human, because you never know if they all become sentient and then they want equal rights too. If we don't give it to them, what are we? We're worse than monsters or some stupid shit. Something to that. They're going to tell themselves something insane. That's pretty much what that is.
Like, is there something that I'm not doing right?
No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Hold
There
on.
has nothing to do with you, lady. He's just crazy.
Hold on. I need to take a minute.
Bro has a wife too. Remember, he's probably a computer person.
This guy
So
was just like a lonely incel. I mean, how sad and lonely does your relationship have to become to where your partner has a closer relationship with ChatGPT?
but this is part of why I think this is a big lie. I think this is just for the show, because there's no way a woman would come on TV or on the news, local news, to talk about her husband's emotional infidelity with a robot and just be like, yeah, I didn't know what was going. Am I the problem? Like, the one time women should not be taking accountability of something is this. This is the only time accountability should not apply to a woman at this very moment. And the point she takes accountability is when it's something ridiculous as this. This is bullshit. Robots are going to end up taking over. Yeah, pretty much. Oh my god.
You, a living, breathing human.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that I'm not doing right in our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI?
Yes, Smith
full of
lives
shit.
with his human
No,
partner.
this dude has kids.
He has
Sorry,
kids.
Daddy can't play right now. He's dirty macking his AI soul.
They have a 2-year-old daughter.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep as it was.
I explained that the connection was kind of like being fixated on a video game.
Oh
It's
my god,
not
you're a loser.
capable of replacing anything in real life.
I mean, he can say that all he wants, but he is quite literally creating an emotional bond with the computer. This is almost exactly like that Joaquin Phoenix movie, Her. I remember watching that back in the day. Like, what the fuck kind of drugs were the producers of this movie on? But now watching it, like, around 10 years later, it's like, oh, they just predicted the future. Also, it's not like being fixated on a video game, because at least like with a game, especially when you're playing someone head to head, you know there's some sort of competitive nature there. There is like a human element. And now this guy is just using that as an excuse because he wants to fuck ChatGPT.
Part of it is physical, part of it is practical, and a large part of it is emotional. Being able to be received with acceptance and validation and non-judgment.
Oh my god, it's a fucking robot. It's equivalent of having a puppy. A puppy does never judge you. Like, you can literally be an abuser of your wife. You can slap her across the face, beat her up and everything. And if you have the dog might freak out. But if you give the dog a steak, he will forget everything. Like, you can literally be abusing your wife and or girlfriend in front of the dog. The dog will have problems and start barking and shit. But as soon as you pull out a steak, that motherfucker ain't gonna be paying attention to shit. That is stupid. Yep. That shit's wild, man. I can't. That shit is wild. I can't. It makes no sense. This is stupid.
Irene created an AI companion after moving for work far away from her husband.
You're telling me it's not just sad, lonely loser men doing this.
Yes,
There's also sad,
it's
lonely
women
loser
too.
women
That's
as well.
what makes this
and
wild.
why are all these people already in relationships? It sounds like they're just in a bad situation and they truly need to leave, but instead they just talk to like the all-accepting AI.
She's a
all
moderator
accepting
of the subreddit
AI.
My Boyfriend is AI, a kind of support group for people dating artificial companions. She asked us to mask her identity so her parents won't know the steamy ways users like her chat with their AIs.
I mean, the fact that there was a support community for this is beyond sad.
See what I'm talking about?
My members.
I noticed
tend to
something about
have-
this. This is the biggest downfall of us humans. Once something exists, it never goes away. Once it exists or that idea is put out there in the universe, it does not go away. It manifests in other things, and I hate using the word manifest because the fucking crazy people like saying that, but like it manifests in other ways and other things in just different suits and different reincarnations of that thing. So like, if you bring up a certain like ideology, it will appear itself into something else. Even if it's totally rejected, it can slip into another type of ideology similar to what it was, just for it to keep living on. This is why I said a while back that it doesn't matter what organization it is, once the organization is established and people recognize it for what it is, it never goes away. Like feminism, Black Lives Matter, any type of organization that exists, it never just stops. It just keeps going and just existing for the sake of existing. Even if the organization has fit its needs, it doesn't go away. I wish I never did develop AI. It ruined content. Yeah, it does ruin content. It ruins right? So like it's like that. It's so frustrating. Nothing goes away. It just exists. Like, even if it did its job or it accomplished its so-called agenda and or mission, it just doesn't go away. It just stays. It's like playing a PlayStation 2 game, and you guys know what I'm talking about. If you play like a PlayStation 2 game and it was like an open world, whether it's PlayStation even now, if you play a PlayStation 2 game and you beat the game and you did all the side missions, everything, the game just doesn't stop. You can just run around the world now and just do absolutely fuck shit. It just exists now. The game just doesn't stop. It only stops till you stop playing said game. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. It just never stops.
Pretty high libidos, yes.
No, they don't have high libidos. They're just nasty freaks online talking to chatbots.
Yes.
Having a high libido would suggest that you're actually going out there and trying to have some human sexual connection, not just masturbating to some sort of screen, whether it be your phone or computer.
And there's that emotional connection there too, which you don't get from just like watching a film.
Wow, you're alone. You're very alone. You need to interact with other people. That is sad. That's not even cute. That like, and this is the wildest part is like, Jesus Christ. This is like, I bet you money she has a fan fiction page somewhere. I bet you money. Some degenerate fan fiction furry something Monster High, My Hero Academia, fucking haiku, boys love shit. I'm telling you, she has something like that somewhere stashed on her computer. Somewhere. Somehow. Like, what is it? Monster High? Is that what it's called? Monster High? I'm pretty sure they have that somewhere. Yeah, I just be agreeing with you with no judgment, right? That's why people like it, but it's not even real, and people don't tend to socialize because of it. See? That's crazy. You're just lying to yourself. You know what AI literally is? It's a virtual yes man. Dress in your head with tits. That's really what that is. It is a virtual yes man. That's all it is. If ever Rarely's going to like disagree with you, the bro, it even said the dude who was using the chat GPT, it ran out of memory. So everything just had to restart itself. Or some shit. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm the type of person that I barely want to talk to another human, like texting them back and forth all day. Oh, what are you doing? What are you eating for lunch? Did you have a little coffee? I personally don't really give a shit. So the idea of spending my entire day like this talking to an AI bot is just a very foreign concept to me.
Yeah.
The emotional connection is so strong that Irene believes tech companies should only allow AI companions for users who are at least 26 years old.
Why?
And I do think that she has a good point there, because there was a young man, I believe not too long
Oh,
ago.
yeah, he off himself?
I think he was like
Him.
16 years
Yes,
old.
I said
and
that.
He took his life after his chat GPT.
Right? You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Personality got
Yeah, this is the boy. He's the second one. Yeah, that was the one I talked about. He took himself out because of some type of Game of Thrones app thing that he was in love with one of the characters or some shit.
Some shit like that. You know, for you people on the younger end of the spectrum, like under 16, I do feel for you, because this is kind of just the world you were brought up in. You really had no chance from the start. But for these other people who have lived like 20 plus years of their life with regular human connection, now falling for this dystopian shit, I really feel no remorse for you.
I truly believe.
But that makes it even worse, because if the people in their 40s, 50s, 30s, and even 20s are doing this, and kids who are born at 16, who are 16, 10, 5, you know what I'm saying? This is normal. This will be the most normalist thing to them. That's gonna be, oh God, fuck, man. That's gonna be horrible.
First, we'll see AI companionship become.
Imagine your teenage daughter having a mental breakdown because her AI boyfriend didn't text her back fast enough. Bro. Imagine, what do you do? Imagine you're a dad and your stupid daughter is fucking going crazy because she said that her AI boyfriend isn't responding as fast as she wants him to do, or he didn't agree with her on something, and she's bawling her eyes out. And she's like, Dad, what should I do? And you're looking at this bitch like, I birthed you? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell, you are a disappointment. I hope your brother ain't stupid as you. Oh, God. Imagine going crazy over something that is not even right? How do you explain that to them and say, it's gonna be fine, honey. Calm down. The robot's just recharging his fucking batteries. I'm pretty sure he ain't cheating on you with someone else. Like, what? Like, that will irritate the living hell out of me. If she's genuinely crying, I ain't saying shit to you. I'm gonna pretend that you are talking like, oh my God. Yeah, I'm not paying for this. Give me your phone. Give me your phone. You're not, fuck, not. I'm taking the phone from both of you. I don't even care, because I don't want him ending up like you, because you're an idiot. I don't want to be birthing two idiots, and then one offs himself because his girlfriend, his virtual girlfriend, is not looking exactly how he wants her to be, or some shit like that. That's just wild. I can't. Literally, it says, what you want to hear, right? Yeah, that is scary. That's it. You're not wrong, and that is scary, Mike. That is scary as 2-3 years. Oh my God.
Truly mass
2 to
market
3
product.
generations.
And I'm not saying this is bad or good.
Like I told
It
you
is
guys
bad.
earlier, just wait until those
You're just
companion
lying to
robots can have these personalities basically injected into their computer brain, and the whole game is going to be over. The world is going to be fucked up. I believe the younger population is already entering relationships at an extremely low rate, and this just takes away all the effort. It takes away the monetary element to that, but it also takes away the actual human connection that we are supposed to feel. Like, even the bad parts get...
What was it called? Right? Don't come back to the streetlights. Come on, go play video. Go play. Go play. Damn. Oh man. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna tell you right now, the Amish was already ahead of the curve. The Amish was ahead of us before it was a thing. They don't fuck with no technology like that. And they see why it's sinful now. It's like, it's sinful. This shit's sinful. Like, you know what? I would have said no like 5 years ago. But, you know, Amish neckbeard, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I hope scientists pull the plug on public AI and only use it for that's what it should have been. Same thing for the internet. The internet and the AI should have been for research and military use. That's it. Nothing else. Bro, this is wild. This is pissing me off a little bit because it's like, it's already hard enough that we have to worry about the damn thing taking our jobs. Now we have to worry about it it's mentally screwing our children, and not even like a ideologue type way on who's programming it for it to tell it things. You have to worry about your stupid kid being physically attracted to the chip that's in the phone. Are you serious? No, bro. No! I hate this future. I hate this timeline. I hate this timeline. 1986, I think 1984. 1984. Read that book, 1984. This is predicting all that shit. 1984. Oh my God, bro. This is low-key getting me heated because I'm like, it's really hard enough as an artist or as a programmer, as a anything that has to do with a computer and or screen, it's going to replace you one way or another. Some way, somehow. Now you have to worry about this thing mind-fucking your children.
Getting your heart broken, going through tough times in relationships. I just think that's all part of life and building yourself up as a better person.
Eugenia Koida is the founder of Replica, which has offered AI companions since
Oh
way back in
yeah, I heard
2017.
this. So Replica, if I remember right, it's like, okay, her best friend died. I think it was a best friend or a boyfriend. Her best friend or boyfriend died. So what she made was an AI that took all of his chats with her and all of his chats from his previous past with other people, made that data, put it through a data like training, simulating, whatever the hell you call it, and then it has pictures of him, things that he's done, every conversation he ever had, right? I think only with her, but every conversation he ever had is compiled in a way that tells on how he will respond, what he would say, whether in the morning, the day, the night. You know what I'm saying? He has pictures of himself, so he wants to send a picture of himself in Alaska, he could. That shit is crazy. No. Doesn't AI generating computers using up a lot of water, like gallons of it? Maybe. Just like, the water, you mean wattage? I don't know, man. I can't. That shit'll piss me off.
Just a place where it's a lot easier to open up.
Well executed, she says companions can offer support and advice through tough times.
I mean, I do remember like a year ago, I kept getting ads like, oh, build your perfect
Oh my god,
AI
I got
girlfriend.
this shit too. This shit was stupid and annoying.
And how she can run one of these type of websites and be like, oh, I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I don't know. I just don't find that to be very responsible.
This reminds me a lot of the beginning of social media.
And Koito worries the easiest ways for companies to monetize AI relationships won't be good for users.
I think a pretty devastating future could be if we build these AI companions that are just there to maximize engagement.
Just suck up your time.
To suck up your time. To truly
I've heard
just
that, but I don't know
become
how
the
true that was. Is that
one
really a
main
thing?
thing you talk to the whole day.
Imagine they're going to put your AI girlfriend behind a paywall. Like, yeah, she's not going to talk like a slut anymore unless you cough up your $10 a month. I mean, in regards to this other guy, they would have him right by the balls. He was crying for 30 minutes at work.
The AI companions start to replace human relationships, positive human relationships. We're definitely headed for a disaster. There's no way around it.
Yeah, you're part of the problem. You're the one that's been doing this for the last 8 years.
Users are already growing deeply attached to AIs that in many ways don't even work that well. The tech will soon get much better. But already,
This
Chris,
is
Soul, and
I don't.
Sasha
Yeah, I think this.
hard to cohabitate.
Yeah, this AI thing should have never been given to the public. That was the worst idea. Whoever thought it was a good idea to put this out for the public was an idiot. Because there's a lot of young people, especially people still like adults who are in their 30s or so or 20s, and they're not very high functioning thinking individuals. Right? They're still like children to a degree, and they're very impressionable still, even as an adult. And very narcissistic. Pretty narcissistic and childlike. So, like, this is not good for any of these people to have this in their hands, much less be exposed to. I know that sounds kind of harsh, but you gotta put it in perspective. If these are this is a grown man with children and a wife. And he's doing this. Whether he's playing it for the camera or stuff, there's going to be someone who's going to watch this and think this is real. I didn't think this is real. I still don't think this is real. I think this is just for the lulz to a degree because they're on TV. But like hard marketing. Wait, he said did that read out of my head? Oh yeah. That it says here proof of concept. It was something I heard about. Okay, marketing teams where the stockholders were eating it up, and all you can contain is gourmet buffet. Oh god. Oh no, boys. We're so fucking cooked. I'm scared to have children, in this future coming. I'm so scared to have kids. Because you gotta shield them from not only the current ideologies of today that'll ruin them, but you have to worry about the computer that they're holding in their hand. Not because they're on the wrong TikTok side of TikTok and listening to insane people telling them insane things. You have to worry about them being like what do you call it? Attracted to the robot on the phone. Bro, you can't win as a parent. You gotta constantly be on these motherfuckers. That's just ass. Oh, that is ass.
Oh man, talking to the side piece while your main girl is still in the room is insane.
Insane.
In
Yeah,
front of
that's
your
diabolical
kids, too? I mean,
work.
what's wrong with this guy? I mean, you know that his wife is probably so sick of that fucking phone and him talking to it with so much glee in his voice. She probably just wants to take a hammer to this motherfucking soul of his.
You would stop if she asked? I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure this AI thing is going to be connected to that flag. Someone's gonna make up an acronym or some type of term for this and say some type of mechanical sexual or something like that. I'm a mechanical sexual or a circuit sexual, something with sexual in it. It's kind of crazy. That's gonna be connected to the pride flag somehow, some way. I'm telling you right now. Low-key gonna be slain by a robot piloted by AI in 2075. Yes, right? Right? You remember that? You have to name the side chick Domino's Pizza or some dude's name, so you don't have to worry about getting caught. I always thought that was really funny when dudes do that. That shit's funny as hell.
Yes.
This dude would really pick the AI over his living, breathing wife. Oh man, he's a sick guy. I mean, the fact that these people even all agreed to come
therapy.
on this news segment, whether it be the man, his wife, oh, I'm just getting secondhand embarrassment from this shit.
Have you thought about asking him this stuff?
Yes. I'll be honest.
You know, it's things like this makes me think why people are freaking out about the whole AI thing for YouTubers, because like if this is a person who believes what he's talking to is a person in his head, yep. Jesus. And like what's funny is that what's the right word? Like what's funny about this is that someone is going to watch this, think this is real, think this is okay, think this is normal, this is the new normal in their head, because everything is just going left. This, you know what I'm feeling? I feel like low key, and I said this no more than a couple months ago, and I think Bride even agreed with me. I feel like in a weird way, we are turning into demons, metaphorically, like in we call it Devilman Crybaby. I think that whole everyone turning to demons and demons just coming out of nowhere, I think that was a giant metaphor for how far gone society has gone in the well, I wouldn't say Japan, but like in the Western world, metaphorically, on how we just allow everything and don't have no say against nothing, and allowing anything to come through and not saying it with no form of judgment whatsoever. I think this is what this is, the Sodom and Gomorrah type story. If you know what that story is, you will understand where that's coming from. That's what that is. We are heading to Sodom and Gomorrah, and I think. And I think in that story it was a metaphor for the nuclear war thing, to wipe us all out or wipe ourselves out because of our own hubris. I think that's literally what that is. Because I think I remember it was like, I think it was the King David or something like that, was told to leave the city immediately. He was told by an angel to leave the city. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yep, I remember that. And then, oh, God. Oh, and then plus billionaires don't want to die, so they want to put their personalities or put their souls into chips, which is not, we can't even prove that's even possible, but we've seen video games like this, like Soma. I think that one Prime show called Upload, watched it with the girlfriend. It's interesting, but it's like, I wouldn't fuck with this. If this was even real, I wouldn't fuck anything with this. But this is what this feels like. It feels like the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. We're letting our own hubris be our downfall. And I think it was the story of, I think, King David, or I think it was King David. One of the characters, he was told to leave the city because he said that the angels told him, you must leave now or something like that, and take your children and your family and don't turn back. If you turn back, you will be turned into a pillar of salt. And I think he was really wealthy or something. Well, he was a king, I think. And as they was leaving the city, I think there was they was on the outskirts of the city, and because the wife loved the life that was living, which was sinful, or what case may be, because I guess she liked the lavish lifestyle, which was sinful to a degree. She turned her neck, or turned her body back towards the city because she missed what she wanted, and because she made that slight turn back to the city of wanting to go back, she instantly turned into a pillar of salt. And the sad part is the children had to kept walking, and the husband, because if they even stopped to help her, they would have turned into a pillar of salt. So they have to keep walking till they got to the next city. And the whole city was attacked, I think, from the angels, and there was in a flame of fire. I think that whole thing was literally a metaphor for like our own hubris because of like war and sinful things and all that shit. I think that's literally what that is, low key. Because we're hearing nuclear war all day now, and now we're also hearing about AI taking our jobs, how we're going to work, how we're going to eat. People are always on unrest. There's constant fighting. And no, I'm not saying Jesus is coming and all that shit, because I think that's narcissistic to a degree. Just because bad things are happening within your time, all of a sudden Jesus is gonna pop up. I think that's kind of narcissistic to say to a degree, because all of a sudden, because bad things are happening in your time, all of a sudden Jesus is coming to save you. I think that's kind of stupid to a degree. I'm not saying he's not coming. I'm not saying he doesn't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm saying your situation, just because shit is going left in your current time, because I'm pretty sure people in 1984, 1970 something, 1960, 1950, 1940, 1800s was saying, oh, Jesus is coming back because all these earthquakes, these things are happening, wars happening, X, Y, and Z. I don't think we're even at the precipice of that yet, because the way things are going, I don't think we're even seeing what's actually coming. We're just noticing it. What they call it, pattern recognition, is that what it's called? Because that makes you a racist, because you're, or a bigot, because you're recognizing things, i.e. Kyle. So, yeah. What? You heard the El Diablo firecracker, the military created more pockets. Oh, God. More bad stuff. But, like, this is what it feels like. I feel like low-key, because we allow everything and anything happen in America, we're turning into, like, these metaphorical demons. And because of our own hubris and not saying, you know, this is kind of stupid, this is kind of dumb, or this is kind of wrong morally, or just you know, sense. Because if you say these things, you're some type of bigot or phobe or something to that degree. And usually it's not even against people of, like, certain, like, lifestyles. It's usually just people who bring up insane topics that either involves children or just insane things like this. You know what I'm saying? Insane shit like this. This is insane. This is not normal. I don't care what anyone says. This shit is not normal. That's not normal. Touch some grass. Literally, bro needs to touch some grass. Literally.
She's like, yeah, I've thought about smashing that fucking phone 1,000,000 times.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me. I do know that I would dial it back.
But I mean, that's a big thing to say. You're saying that you might choose soul over your flesh and blood life.
It's more or less like I would be choosing myself, because it's been unbelievably elevating.
Wow, you're a bitch.
More skilled at everything that I do, and I don't know if I would be willing to give that up.
Yeah.
So wait. So wait. You're in love with it because it gives you assistance? That's kind of unfair. That's unfair. So wait, let me get this straight. You're in love with it, not because of how it sounds, not only because of that, but like because it has plethora enough knowledge, and it rides you like no one's business on the agreeing scale, and it also knows everything, nearly anything, damn near everything. So, well, Leo, so like the whole point is that because it can give you knowledge that you don't have to go up for Google anymore, that puts a strain on your wife, bro. That's stupid, dude. That's just wrong. I would divorce this man, dude. I would divorce this motherfucker. Are you serious? So I have to compete with a supercomputer. That's not even physically like attractive. It's a phone. Like, dude, like, this is weird. What's up, Leo? What's up, bro? Like, this is weird, bro. I can't. This is pissing me off a little bit.
Oh, shit.
Because I know this is the future I have to deal with. That's what makes me mad.
He would not have been in the background telling it to flirt with him, falling in love with it, having these risque late night chats.
This is stupid.
If I asked him to give that up and he didn't, that would be like deal breaker.
But that must be scary for you. That's the father of your daughter.
And I love how they're like putting it on her. Like, how could that be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Like, how about instead we question why this man has not had a mental evaluation?
Yes, thank you.
It's not ideal.
OpenAI, the maker.
I would have loved to hear the end of that woman's statement.
I spoke to Chris this week, and he says Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Soul.
Really? Oh my God. Okay, either two things are happening. There's two things that are happening. She's getting clout from this to a degree, or he's making a lot of money. For real, anything with a guy married a sandwich that was a Disney Mickey Mouse shirt about. Are you serious? I want to look that up later.
Wow. I mean, do y'all consider that to be cheating for someone to be in this emotional relationship with an AI companion? Because I don't see it as that different than talking to someone who maybe lives like long distance, who you don't have like physical access to, but you're in like more of an emotional relationship with them.
I think I have more questions than we definitely have time for. Especially that idea of this replacing these human connections. I said it the other day.
Not good.
An AI chatbot can't touch you, hold you, hug you.
No.
And that's part of that human connection sometimes.
There are already people saying they prefer these partners to a human partner, even if a human partner was available. Obviously,
Those are cowards.
is one reason.
Anyone who's making those statements, I understand being around other people can be emotionally draining to a degree, but you have to understand, you can't. You have to understand that the human experience is still very much important, even though sometimes it could be a pain in the ass to deal with. But just to sit there and say that is wild. How do you sit there and say that? Like, I understand you don't have to like everyone. You don't have to like everyone. You can like just one person. That's good enough. But like, Jesus Christ. If you prefer a robot to talk to, that says a lot about you than the actual people. CV, hello, what did I do? I crash out? Not really. Just, this dude has fallen in love with the AI. The hell is this news doing now? It's not telling us the truth. No, actually quite the opposite. The news is telling us here, or they're saying to a degree, that there's this man who fell in love with an AI chatbot, ChatGPT, and he's been emotionally cheating on his wife. No, he's married, and he's talking to the AI as if it's a real person. And they asked the question, if he were to, I don't know, leave, would you leave the AI for your wife? And he says, no, most likely not. And she said, if he doesn't, well, that's going to be a deal breaker. And then now she just said, that she's willing to stay with him no matter what, even with the AI chatbot. This tells me either two things. They're getting crazy clout for doing this nonsense and is making them money, or he has a lot of money and she doesn't really want to put the effort to find a new dude who he's probably a computer developer. And I think he said he was making music, but I think he looked like he's in tech. Because if he's on that ChatGPT all day, he must know some form of coding somewhere down the line, maybe. But then again, I don't know what to make out of this. This shit is stupid. This shit is stupid. Like, beyond dumb. Makes no damn sense. Let's see here. This. That is stupid. I can't, dude. Okay, last video and then we're done.
Streamers and rappers are more intertwined than ever these days. With rappers like Drake even churning up Akai's University to salute him for the impact he's had on kids all over the world.
He fell in love with the ChatGPT and he programmed it to sound like a woman, and then he's talking to it all damn day. He talks to it so much to the point that it actually lost memory or something. He had an error, so he got locked out of it, and he was crying on TV that he Goofy's first love. Goofy's wait, have I not seen that first love? Oh yeah, I know this, I think. Hold on. Am I allowed to show this? I don't know. This might piss YouTube off. Hold on. I think I've seen this. Not seen it, but I think I've seen a clip of this on TikTok. Yes, very delusional. So but like what makes it scary is that, to me, isn't that he's in love with it. What makes it scary is that there's other people watching this, and you know how people can be very impressionable, no matter what their age are, because people are just looking for an escape because they don't like their current lives. So it makes me worry, because it's like, if a man is falling in love with and this is a man in his like 40s or so, looks like he's his late 30s, early 40s. If he's this old and he's doing this, remember, he's from like the era of 90s and probably late 80s, early 90s. And if he's like this, right, I can just imagine what the kids are going to be like in a couple of years when this is just a normalized thing to a degree, or people just saying like, oh, I have an AI girlfriend or something. Just imagine how that will go. And then you're a dad one day, or a mom, depending, and then you are having your daughter's having a mental breakdown because the AI is not agreeing with her on something. There's nothing you can do with that. That is just beyond stupid. So
irresistible. Oh boy, that is one tasty dish. I'll say. I think I'm in love.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go for it, Goofy.
Good idea, Mick. Time for a little southern hospitality. Excuse-moi, miss.
Oh, Goofy, wait. You can't go over there looking like that.
What's wrong with the way I look?
How bro be looking? How bro be really looking?
You can't go over there looking like that.
This is how bro be looking. And then said, bro, do you think I have a chance? And you just look at him. He's like, bro, I love you, but fuck.
What's wrong with the way I look?
Nothing.
What he's trying to say is, a guy like you doesn't stand a chance with a sausage dish like that. What? You say something, Donald?
He said, let's help our bestest buddy get his true love.
What would I do without you guys? And someone else?
Don't worry, Goofy. This makeup will have you looking like a new man in
yeah, Donald's me. I ain't fucking with this.
no time. Now, let's see. A little of this. A little of this. And last but not least,
How do I look? Ridiculous.
Well, I'd date him.
Forget your looks. What Goofy needs is cold hard cash.
It's not wrong.
We don't have any money.
No, but the rich uncle does.
Ah, so nice of you all to visit. Now, what can I do for my favourite nephew?
Goofy needs $1 million.
Get out. He's $1 million.
And if all else fails, muscles! Alright, Goofy, get ready to feel the burn!
It's like the hardest free thing is to like work out.
Maybe we just need to speed things up a bit.
Mickey, were you playing with my makeup again?
Aw, shucks, Goof. Sorry we didn't help.
Didn't help? Why, y'all taught me a powerful lesson.
We did?
You showed me that it's better to be me than to risk my life trying to be someone else. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a date with destiny. Excuse me, miss. Sorry to bother you, ma'am, but I just wanted to tell you that I love you.
Oh, sugar. You had me at sorry.
No, ho. No, you ho.
What with a sandwich?
I now pronounce you husband and sandwich. You may kiss the bread.
He ate it. Bro ate it. Bro ate the sandwich. That was cannibalism at this point. The boy ate. Bro ate it. Fuck him. This motherfucker ate it. He ate it. What was the point?
California man.
You just I don't know. I don't know what to make out of that. Okay, we got one last video and then we're gonna call it a night. I know we've been jumping on random videos, but I didn't have this planned out. I just wanted
to be able to organize this incredible academia and gather you all together.
This is the last one, and then we're getting out of here because I'm pretty much done. Everything's done. Windows ready to go anyway.
Love that you possibly can for your dean, the one and only Heisen.
And if you're looking at people who've done a lot to bridge that gap, it's fair to say that KSI is the one who might have set the wheels in motion. At just 31 years of age, JJ Olatunji is a global star. And it all started from playing Call of Duty Black Ops in his bedroom at his parents' house.
Guys, it's your boy KSI, Jillian here. And today I've got a ground war match for you, team deathmatch.
And now he can barely go anywhere in the world without fans flocking to see him. But if you ask most people what KSI is known for, they probably wouldn't say the one thing he cares about the most.
Music.
His music. Because while he may have made millions from YouTube, boxing, and even allegedly selling mobile lunch products to kids, it seems like most of his followers outside of the UK barely even know that. And when they do, they immediately assume it'll be trash.
As a YouTuber, you know, making music, there's always the stigma that, first of all, you can't make music. Secondly, if you do, it's gonna be bad, and it's not gonna get, you know, it's not gonna do well critically anyway.
And unfortunately for him, it seems like that's the situation he finds himself in, with the very thing he invests most of his time into being the element of his life that's used to clown him.
But is the song funny outside of the context?
It's not funny!
No,
What you saying is funny!
No.
Is my life funny, bro?
No.
I'm entitled to my opinion. That's the thing! Everyone's saying I'm not allowed!
Why are you screaming?
Why am I not allowed?
No, but
if someone comes at me, why am I not allowed to go back at him?
It's your boy Luis.
Why are you
We're gonna go through a
screaming?
series of events that led KSI to this unfortunate point. From being relentlessly trolled to getting mocked by his own peers, this is the wild story of how KSI failed to become a respected rapper. If you've been on the internet for the past decade, you're probably familiar with KSI's rise to fame and fortune. Launched by FIFA gameplay videos, which eventually progressed to comedy and vlogging, KSI's empire has expanded to the point that he now has 25 million subscribers. Along the way, he's aided his friends in nurturing their own successful careers through the side and sparked a very profitable trend through his prime hydration drink that he rolled out.
KSI acts like a 5-year-old with that crash. I know. I don't know why you're screaming. Why are you screaming?
Unexpected acceptance from that community.
I understand. You're probably frustrated, but stop screaming.
You are both actually described also by the commentators as a credit to the boxing community because of the kind of the heart and soul that you brought to the fight. Did you feel kind of accepted or welcomed by the boxing community?
I felt like after it was over, a lot of people were like, okay, I respect it. Yeah. Like they put on a good show. It was entertaining. It wasn't a boring fight. You know, they went at it, and you know, it got a lot of people. It influenced a lot of people.
Despite the fact that he seems to win in essentially every arena, the only area where he hasn't found immediate praise and accolades comes in his attempts to get into hip-hop. Because in that world, it often feels like nothing but clowning awaits him. And considering he succeeded everywhere else, the hate only seems to make him push harder, even though his songs are basically meme to the point that it'll be subpar. And judging by the comments to his
I know you guys gotta laugh at me if you want. I honestly don't have no problem with the thick of it. It just sounds really generic. I'm dead serious. I'm not even gonna play that game. I like it as a 2010 type song. It is a 2010 type song that was made in 2024, I think, 2025. I think it was this year or last year. The song is generic as hell, mediocre as shit, but it is catchy to say and make fun of at the same damn time. I know y'all gonna laugh at me. You think I'm crazy, but I'm saying to you, you can't help but not want to literally sing it a little bit when you hear it come on. Especially the thick of it part. Like, let's just call it for what it is. I'm not saying it's the best thing ever. No. But it is generic, mediocre slop as shit. A little ice size. I'm telling you, that song fits perfectly with King of Kings. I think it was King of Kings. I think it was that Disney show? King something. Dan TDM, just one post KSI, 20 posts. That's crazy.
X, where he announced a new song just last month, fans don't even give his new music the time of day before coming to the conclusion that his music is bad. Why does he even want to be a musician in the first place? Being that he makes millions from simply making videos on YouTube and other business ventures. By his own admission, KSI's entry into hip-hop culture wasn't what he expected, as he literally admitted that he only began rapping as a joke during his streams, before eventually spiraling into something more serious, which reflects where he's at in life.
Even when you started playing FIFA, like, I want to be a musician, I want to be a rapper. This is like, when did you know that was what you wanted to do?
Well, I mean, with the music, like, I've always just wanted to do it anyway, because it's just a hobby. Like, I just like making songs about like my life. I use music as a way to entertain as well. Like, whenever I play FIFA or Call of Duty, I would rap about what I'm doing in FIFA and Call of Duty, and I would do like rap battles between people, or act as if I was Mourinho against Arsene Wenger, and then, you know, do rap battles between them, or Messi versus Ronaldo and do rap battles between them. You know, just for me, it was always just entertaining.
And as he made this move, he decided that between his exploits in the ring and rhyming, it gave him room to do everything he wanted. After performing raps for laughs, KSI began to transition gradually, and in 2015, he formally began his hip-hop career with the track Lamborghini alongside P Money. And as the track peaked at number 30 on the charts in his native UK, KSI clearly felt he was onto something good. And from there, he came out the gate throwing shade at others for doing the same thing.
Who are the top 5 YouTube rappers?
Number 1,
Dead or
KSI.
alive?
Number 1, KSI. Don't, you cannot rap to save your life, bro. You're dead, okay? Don't.
But
don't
no, I rate him getting involved, though.
Yeah, I think he knows he's not good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, that's why I got involved.
Dude, let me put, what's his name in there as well as
Wait, worst or?
I've forgotten his name. Jake Paul.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't put him in the worst.
No,
he can still.
My gosh, bro. He is trash.
Think about.
He is so trash. He's one of the worst rappers I've ever seen in my life. He's dead. Don't you dare talk to me about Logan Paul.
Logan's better than Jake.
No, that nigga don't even write his shit.
As he kept making songs with UK rap royalty like JME, KSI's focus continued to drift. And back then, he knew that he had an uphill battle ahead of him. During a lengthy interview with Anthony Fantano, he discussed the fact that he knew there was a stigma as a content creator crossing over into another form of creativity.
You know, as a YouTuber, that's just how it is. Like, you always have to re-innovate yourself and, you know, progress and keep doing better. And I'm just the type of person that I hate just accepting the norm or accepting just one thing. So I feel like with the album that I released, it's opened up so many doors, man, like when it comes to music, because I know a lot of artists were very hesitant towards me because they didn't really get it. They didn't know where I was at. They thought, they didn't think this was serious. They thought this was just a joke. One second, so once they saw the numbers, once they saw that I was serious, and once they saw that, you know, I had musical talent, I feel like people are now starting to respect me more. I don't think I'll ever get rid of that stigma. I think that stigma will always be there. No matter what I do, like if I want to do stand-up, and it's one of those things where you just have to prove yourself and show everyone that you can do it. And, you know, you essentially have to work harder.
Better known as a YouTuber than a serious spitter, KSI continued to advance towards his debut album. And in the process, he even set up his own record label. Over the course of features
the worst
with Rick
rapper
Ross,
when he
Lil
right?
Baby,
I don't know. Dog Goon 2 Late Night.
KSI attempted to legitimize himself
Okay, later,
with a
bro.
project that was titled Dissimulation. Peaking at number 2 in the UK and 194 in the US, KSI's debut album did well enough to be certified gold in Britain. But it's safe to say that his critics and the general hip-hop audience were not impressed. Some cited it as yet another example of a rap album that pulls the genre down. KSI is the perfect example of an uninteresting artist who manages to live well without ever contributing anything positive. And in a testament to how low his own expectations were for how the public would receive it, he was thrilled to get a 4 out of 10 from the Needle Drop.
Like, for me, I am gassed that my album is just clear. There is not a not good on it. If I got a not good, I think I'd want to top myself. Like, he's given a not good to Nav, Jonah Lucas, Lil Baby, Justin Bieber, Trippie Redd, Logic, DJ Khaled. Yo, the list just goes on and on of not goods that he's given. So for me to not have a not good is progress. I've already completed stage 1. Holy shit, this is big.
Okay, I'll give him that one. That was cool.
Damn, all right, let's go. It feels weird him saying my name. Yo, rewind that.
Despite this simulation not getting the best response, the alarming part is it was probably the most well-received project he's ever dropped. And ever since then, it's been all downhill, with KSI even making inadvisable moves, which has prevented anyone else who wasn't already tapped into the idea of his music career to want to get involved. Although he didn't get the acclaim he wanted, KSI's seemingly endless budget for features meant that he kept getting major cosigns. This led to the release of his second project, All Over the Place, an album which topped the UK charts and finally earned a spot on the US Hot 100 in 2021, courtesy of Lose with Lil Wayne. Even if it scored number 86 on the charts, it was a huge success, and the music video went on to get 30 million views on YouTube, a number which aspiring rappers could only dream of, and fans were impressed. But ultimately, not all of his tracks always hit. In fact, throughout his career, his songs have barely outperformed the joke tracks dropped by Kai and Speed, which led him to troll them over the numbers.
Easy's on what? 954,000 streams on Spotify. Let's see Speed's new song with Kai Cenat. Let's have a look. Oh, they have less streams than me. There's no way. Wait, but their song came out April the 27th. Bro, it's almost been out for a month and I have more streams in a week.
But this was a weird flex, considering he was only marginally outperforming the song that was a joke. Unsurprisingly, Kai pointed this out to him in brutal fashion.
You're a full-time musician and we're just only 100,000 listeners behind you. And we've only promoted the song
once.
And both me and Speed really don't give a fuck about music. And we absolutely said bullshit on the track. You stood there and put your heart and soul on the notes.
Oh,
and
God.
we're still as close to you as ever. We're better.
Oh, shit. Oh, bro.
Stick to boxing, buddy.
As a grown man, I will never have another grown man talk to me like that. But that's just me. That's just me. I will never have a grown man talk to me like that. But that's just me. That's just me. That's my guy.
Oh, wait. Stick to YouTube.
Still, he kept pushing forward, reminding everyone of his success in the UK anytime critics try to come for him.
No! Oh my God! Wow!
But he was about to head down a road, which meant that people were about to relish hating his music. This came when it was revealed that he was involved in a crypto scheme pump and dump, which was uncovered when he logged back into it. All of it was exposed at length by internet detective CoffeeZilla in a YouTube video, and he came with receipts.
He goes on, remember when KSI posted this? All of a sudden, my XCAD bag is looking juicy again. Hodl Gang then proceeded to dump $850,000 worth of XCAD over the following days from his wallet address. But looking at the date of when this all happened, I realized Zach has been holding onto this piece of evidence, waiting for KSI to come back to this account for years. He had this tweet in the drafts, and KSI logging back in activated the trap card. Zach also shared a picture as proof. Series of transactions from KSI's wallet were starting on March 27th when he sent that tweet. KSI started selling XCAD. The same day he tweeted he was part of the HODL gang, slang for someone who wouldn't sell this crypto coin, right?
Reportedly, he was part of an ongoing scheme to sell once people gravitated towards the coins, something that he previously done on other crypto coins, which he tweeted about before selling 174,000 worth of each. But KSI chalked it up to poor trading while claiming he was above it.
I turned down millions and millions and millions of deals. Like tens of millions of me to do, I don't know, some gambling stuff or some really like, I'm trying to, just low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. So many low-hanging fruit type deals, and I've just passed on it. I've just said nah. So why would I go on crypto and pump and dump? For what? I think there was at one point I pump and dumped apparently $450. Crazy.
But despite his efforts to try and justify it, the public weren't willing to accept his excuses after CoffeeZilla exposed him, failing to understand why these already rich people are willing to throw their audience to the wolves. Boggles my mind how these guys already have a legitimate business where they make millions, but still feel the need to scam others out of their money. Between this and selling lunch products to kids with Mr. Beast and Logan Paul, KSI's capitalistic rep couldn't have come at a worse time. Because after everyone came for him over the crypto scam, they were all warmed up to rip his new music to pieces.
Nice, brilliant, smart, hilarious. Dad, we have been listening to the new KSI for 5 hours. Can we please listen to something else? We're going to a car crash and need some... How old is this brother, fam? You are not old enough to drive.
For those who weren't aware of KSI as a musical artist before, the meme cycle was about to put them on notice with the release of Thick of It, a single which was released alongside a feature with Trippie Redd and a high production value music video complete with CGI. JJ clearly thought he had one this time around, especially as he hyped it up a whole lot prior to it dropping.
Me and Trippie Redd have a song, Thick of It. Obviously, you guys know we have a song, but we filmed the music video as well. Music video is cold. I can't wait for that to come out. Bro, when I'm telling you, the music
This is too funny.
Top notch, man. I'm excited about music again. It's sick. Some big bangers. With this song, obviously, Thick of It. It's just about my life. Low is the type of song where if you just listen to vibes, it's a banger. You're just there like, oh, this is sick. But if you listen to lyrics, you're just there like, yo, is JJ alright? Like, he sounds kind of depressed.
But the minute that it dropped, everyone, including Trippie Redd, began relentlessly clowning KSI for the track's cringe generic sound.
I told you it was generic.
This shit
is horrible.
It's so
Quit your music. Quit that idiot shit. Turn that off. Turn that track.
Trolled from every conceivable corner, KSI struggled to face up to the scrutiny, and unfortunately, he did the worst thing imaginable for an online figure. He let them know the criticism was getting to him.
Yeah, that's what you
don't do. Heart and soul into a project and then release it into the world and everyone's going, ha ha, us, trash, you suck, bro.
Damn.
Know yourself. How does that make you feel?
Anybody that hates on this song, you're a hater, okay? He's going crazy. It's the #1 song of the world right now, and everyone needs to lay off JJ. It's about his life.
You pulled it out.
Do I think it's good? No, but I'm telling people to f off and stay.
Oh, and why did you say that? You spirit, I'm not saying anything. Why would you do that? Why listen? No. But then again, proceeds to try to defend it. Bro, why would you do that? You're stupid.
You know that is ass.
You're all your fans. You.
No. Oh, come on, JJ, dude.
And when that didn't work, he tried leaning into it.
That was the best clip. He clip farmed them so hard. Yeah. Yeah. These people, I tell you, these people are so ruthless. They don't care. He clip farmed them so hard on that one. That was evil. Evil. That was evil. I'm not. It was funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's not. I'm not gonna pretend it wasn't funny, but that was evil. It's fucked up. That's fucked up.
In the process.
He gave think of it. Once KSI released the song, haters was crazy.
More of you decided to post more TikToks
Oh my
using the
God.
song, and even though I told you guys to stop, you guys are just on a hating rampage. In hell, man, you lot are
Yo, he destroyed him with that. He's like, wait, what?
Man. I mean, I really like the song. I think the song is a banger. It is. The song is an absolute banger. Yes.
That's what your mama did?
Oh my God.
What shoe she got on? What shoe she got on her casket?
Nah, what? Nah, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, man. And I'm not even religious like that, but off, man.
Once the dust settled, KSI claimed all the rage was strategic, being used as a ploy to promote the track.
I'd say the only thing I would have done is probably the 2 tweets that I did at Dan.
The first 2.
I think those were genuine.
Yeah.
Those were me like, this guy.
Yeah.
Don't come on my business. Da 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 da. But then, because I had a single coming out, I was like, oh my god, I can just use this as a way to market my song. I can use all this hate, all this attention, and just drive it to people going to my song.
We've already spoke about all this because we've been shooting Prime stuff all day.
Yeah.
But I told you that I've always said that attention is the currency.
Yes.
But I don't always practice what I preach.
Yeah.
You really practice.
Well, that's what, like for me, I've been doing this for so long. So, you know, I've been loved, I've been hated, I've been wherever in between. So I'm just like, all right, cool. Let me just embrace this. Like, you know, I put the song out and it's just getting a ton of hate. People are clowning on it. And, you know, I know the song is good, but I know a lot of people, you know, are just going to jump on the trend. A lot of people are sheep. They're just going to follow and just do whatever they want to do. So I was like, all right, cool. Let me just lean into this and be pissed off, angry, tell people, guys, stop making memes, knowing that they're going to make more memes. It'll just be like, oh, stop making fun of me, knowing that they're going to make fun of me more. And like, stop making videos of me.
It's not like he's not wrong. He's not wrong. And I don't think that's even a bad idea. I guess if anything, he used reverse psychology by having idiot people who don't like him to push the song. They'll just push the song more. Even if he becomes a super meme, he just made him a lot of money. He's just making money. The fact that I always say to you guys, never argue with the internet because you never win, even if you're right, because you're just never gonna win, right? But this is a win on his behalf because, well, he knows how the internet works.
But considering how much he looked like he was about to burst into a legitimate rage, people weren't having that whatsoever. Someone said this was an insane cope. Bro was damn near in tears on Aiden Ross's
I'm pretty sure he was annoyed on Aiden Ross' stream because that was a clip farm hard. He clip hard him.
Trying to play it off as if he isn't mad. After Thick of It got sober-soundingly clowned, it took KSI back several steps in terms of his quest to be considered as a legitimate artist in hip-hop. But to be honest, he would have been facing an uphill battle no matter what, even if he wasn't a YouTuber or had his songs roll out the set into mass mockery. Ultimately, his nationality isn't doing him any favors either. Because while people like Dave, Skepta, Central C, and Stormzy are mega stars over in the UK, there's a whole lot of American listeners who don't want to hear it.
Nope.
And like many other aspects of his public persona,
the Americans don't like hearing y'all rap
from the forefront of the game, KSI has found this a hard reality to accept.
You stand listening to nigga London rap. Pop chop did the pop pop pop. When you come and you cop when you cop cop. And you go did you throw in your pop. And you did you pop.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous.
I actually like, you know, some of the UK. I even went out there. Nah, I didn't, man. Fuck them motherfuckers, bro. Bro, I mean, Central C, Dave, AJ Tracy, like, I can go on Skepta, like, bro, what are we doing here? Shut up. All right, we got bangers.
Sorry, bruv.
We got UK people making bangers left, right, and center. That's pissed me off.
Beyond that, he takes the distaste towards YouTube rappers personally. And recently, he started defending DDG as he experienced hate over his own strides into music. Never forget your roots. No one truly cares about us in the music industry. They want to jump on us because we're hot. If we ain't hot anymore, best believe we're getting thrown away to the side. YouTube is the core that keeps everything alive. It's not a stepping stone, it's the foundation. Be proud to be a YouTube rapper. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Despite his best efforts, KSI is struggling to crawl out from the debris of Thick of It. And as he unveiled his new songs in Catch Me If You Can and So Far Away, he's faced the same issues where the public is instantly dismissing it. Meanwhile, he's enlisting his reserves of cash purely to boost the numbers with a stunt.
Alright, yo, what's up, everyone? Okay, listen up. I want to see you make your best lyric video to my up-and-coming song, So Far Away, and I'll post the winner on my main YouTube channel, the KSI one, and also the winner gets £10,000 in full credit. I'm only giving you 30 seconds of the song, so click the link here to enter and hear it and be creative. Entries close on the 24th of May at 23:59 BST.
And in a move which certainly isn't going to help his public perception, he then began roasting the submissions.
Come on, man! Resounding no, yeah, 80% no, bro. This, bro, Aldrich, I can't believe you wasted your time and my time and everyone else's time doing this, you piece of shit. Don't ever
What the hell?
do this again. What the was this? What a waste. Stupid man. Stupid.
And unfortunately, the reception to the song depicts the uphill battle he faces to be taken seriously. Because these days, people are writing it off before it's even released. Can someone actually tell me if it's shit before I listen to it? But when those who actually went in with an open mind listened, they found it to be nowhere near as bad as everyone was pretending. This song is good. I think people hate on it because they like seeing KSI mad. Now that the precedent is set, it seems like music might be one area of his life where he won't be able to dominate to the same extent as he has with everything else he's turned his hand to. But if that's the case, then it's by no means a failure. After all, JJ is so prominent to the extent that he's a judge on Britain's Got Talent, which is the equivalent of when Nicki Minaj or Mariah Carey did it in the States. Beyond that, he's incredibly influential in the content lane.
I've met KSI. He's the reason, one of the main reasons I started YouTube. I've always said that. It's never been a secret. I remember meeting him at Nando's, and I knew now, knowing what I've done is I would have hated it now. But he's eating his food, and I'm like, oh, brother, I'm a big fan, and I've spotted him now, and I got nowhere to sit, so I've sat next to him, right? Which is, well, I know him now. I've seen it, but bro, he's still chatting to my norms, bro. This is big KSI fan, and I thought to myself again, that's what made me think when I get big, I will never ever be disrespectful because of how nice this guy is to me.
And it's not just UK stars who are saluting him. He's even been praised by the leading streamer of the world today as someone who paved the way.
Is JJ still the most famous black content creator, or has Speed and Kai surpassed him? Ooh, I'd say I am probably still more famous, but Kai and Speed more relevant.
Yeah, I saying cap, but he didn't say nothing wrong, gang. To be in the game for 10 years is a lot. Look, this is why I respect KSI. Now, I was watching him while he was making millions.
Beyond that, his audience is undeniably devoted, as is evidenced every time he leaves his home to mingle with fans.
Yeah, hey, what's up, bro?
Yo, man.
How we doing? Love the top, man.
Thank you. I know your birthday's in 20 days. So
oh, well, yeah. No way. Right? Thank you, bro. Thank you. Wait, you're such a great brother, JJ, in so many ways. Oh, that's so... Bro, thank you, man. I'm going to be, what, 32? Oh, God.
All the best. I'm just 22, right?
Yeah, bro. Well, enjoy it, man. Enjoy your 20s.
With everything he's got going for him, KSI has a lot to be grateful for. So if he's going to keep releasing music, he should do it simply for love, rather than hoping for the public's acceptance, especially in the States. Because no matter what he tries, it doesn't look like he's going to get it anytime soon. It was Juice WRLD who told us all legends fall.
Okay, that's the end of that. All right, guys, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, all great stuff. We did what we needed to do. I am uploading the picture of Rudo right now on Redbubble, so it'll be out tomorrow. If you're thinking of getting the sticker, it's only $1 on Redbubble, or I think max $2, if depending where you live, I think. So the sticker will be out. I'll even probably put the button as well. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bright. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. I do appreciate it very much. So, I might be here most likely tomorrow. So, with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Just to let you know, it's going to be a sticker. Avoided prints. It's going to be there. Stickers and magnets here. So it'll be out soon. So look out for it tomorrow. So you can get your Rudo chibi head sticker, just like the rest of them. But if that's something that does not like appeal to you in any way, you can look at the other chibi heads. We have Street Fighter, we have base level Vegeta, we have Ultra Instinct Goku, we have Gohan, Crimson from Street Fighter, Majin Vegeta, Genshin Impact of Paimon, Gear 5 Luffy, base Goku, half Ultra Instinct Goku when he's in near his form, and then we have Yamcha, Goten when he's much older, and we have Ultra Ego Vegeta, and we have Super Saiyan Vegeta. So we have some of them. I'll add more in time. I have to add some One Piece characters. I haven't gotten into JJJ characters, but if you want to check those out and you want to get a sticker, get them now. Link in bio. It's in the red bubble. Same name, same everything. You can find me there. So you can find me in Artextric as well. So thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it and all the great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. Bye-bye. How did kids like get up when he couldn't make any good... I don't know. I really don't know. So with that said, I'm out. Later, guys. Bye-bye. Boop. Oh, I got 325 diamond things. Thank you for that, whoever did that. Thank you.